Well, good morning, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I know we said 8:30 start time, but I figured it was going to be a little bit of finding the location and getting some coffee, having a seat. So thank you so much for coming. Man, I'm very, very grateful. I'm Ray Belfrage, and welcome to our event today. Before we get rolling, I would love to bring up our sponsors real quick. So to start off, Adam, are you? There you are. Excellent. Good. Well, this is Adam Coos, and this wouldn't happen with some great sponsors. So.
I thought about just jumping up here, and I thought for sure I'd embarrass myself. I already went to the wrong entrance, you know, the one where the sign says you're in the wrong place, and then you have to come around. All right. So first off, just want to thank you all for being here. I was talking to a couple people as we walked up, and if a lot of business owners in the room, if you've ever put on an event, period, whether it's for 10 people or 50 people, it looks like, something like that, 60 people, this is not easy. So to have your first inaugural event be this successful is pretty cool. So give a hand for Ray real quick. But obviously, I think that probably speaks to the quality of the speakers. So I'm excited to see who's talking, what we're going to talk about, and some of the networking and discussions we're going to have. But I'm also up here because of two companies, Elevate and Exit, as well as Libertas Wealth Management Group. You can see the logos here in your little pamphlet. As a quick intro to both, Libertas Wealth, we help people get retired and stay that way with a process that includes an intro call, discovery meeting, education meeting, and full-blown financial and retirement plan meeting. And we pride ourselves on being one of the few true fiduciaries in Central Ohio. On the business side of things, I was just talking to a table back there about Elevate and Exit. Elevate is how I met Ray. I read a book during COVID. I got bored, like a lot of us probably did. We used to have 25 appointments per week, and all of a sudden we had 3 appointments in 8 weeks. So I had nothing to do. Happy hour got earlier and earlier. And I read this book, and I found what we all know, which is that approximately 80% of business owners' net worth is tied up in our companies. And we all shake our heads. Yes, that's about right. But here are the statistics that blew my mind. 80% of businesses dissolve. They never sell. They just cease to exist someday. And 75% of the 20% of businesses that do sell for less than market value, which I don't know about you, but those statistics made me really angry to think that everything I've built my entire life, that would just be gone, my kids, my family, So I decided to start Elevate, and Ray became one of the partners. We built a success team of corporate attorneys, fractional CFOs, COOs, and the goal is just to bring awareness to the business owner community of how important it is to start planning your exit well before it's time to exit. Whether it's because a competitive buyer shows up, and it's kind of like CrossFit, right? I know I'm not the picture of health here, but CrossFit, be ready for anything, anytime. It's the same kind of thing with business ownership. If a competitive buyer shows up and wants to buy you, but you're embarrassed to show them your books, it's not a good thing, right? So anyway, with all that behind us, I just want to say I'm really grateful to be even a tiny part of what's going to happen today. I think we're all going to leave here with a bunch of good golden nuggets. So thanks for hearing me out, and I'll pass the mic back to Ray.
And 1049, obviously, Bill Montgomery is one of our speakers, and 1049 obviously put on some of the advertisements, and so grateful for you guys. Amanda, would you mind coming up?
Hi, good morning. I am so thankful to be here in this beautiful venue. I think I talked to each and every one of you, or the people that I did talk to. I'm like, this is so beautiful. I got here very early. Again, if you talk to me, you know the story, but I got here very early, around 7:30, just as the fog was still here, and I'm like, where is this beautiful venue? I've never been here before. So I was very thankful to get here early and just experience this before everyone got here. So I really appreciate being here. For those of you who are not familiar with the river, we are a local nonprofit radio station right here in Central Ohio. We have an office in Gahanna, but we also have 15 stations across the state. So we have a pretty wide reach and a huge fan base of loyal listeners. Being nonprofit, we are 50% listener funded, which means our listeners are very tied in and tuned in to what we have on the radio and the events that we put on and what we do. But we also are 50% funded by advertising. So through strategic partnerships, we're able to partner with businesses like yours to help spread the mission of Jesus. And the whole goal is to spread the love and encouragement across the state. I know we have a lot of speakers here, so I'm just going to go ahead and cut out and get the party started. So enjoy your day.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm going to open us up in a quick word of prayer. Jesus, thank you so much for this day and just the opportunity to be here, and we're so grateful. Thank you for the turnout, and I just pray for a little more wind. Thank you, Jesus. Well, I am so grateful that everybody's here. This has been a dream for quite a while, and to see it come out this successfully is fantastic. Hopefully, the venue really adds to the fact that I wanted this to be kind of a different business conference. Not necessarily in a typical space. This is such a cool venue, and I'm grateful for the team here to host. Yeah, please, a couple logistics. The restrooms are in that white building over there, so feel free to make yourself be comfortable. And then the Wi-Fi password is honeybee, all one word. So anyway, yeah, some of you might want that. But again, my name is Ray Belfrage. I'm so grateful that you guys are here, and yeah, just flabbergasted. So this has been a dream, and to think about a year ago, I was having some conversations with actually Ben and Jake that are here today. We were going down to another conference out of town, and that was kind of the impetus to this event. We went down there, had high expectations. There were a lot of people going, and what happened was it turned out to just be just a massive sales pitch, and there were thousands of leaders there, and it just, to me, it felt flat. I didn't get the engagement that we were hoping for, didn't get the content I was hoping for, and it just felt like a big sales pitch. You know, buy my software, flip the houses. It was not what we were hoping for. And on the drive home, we're having some conversations, and Ben graciously volunteered to be my first speaker, which was super fun. So that's what this has come from. Took a while to find the right place, the right speakers, and so I'm so grateful for everybody showing up today. For me, this has been a journey in terms of, I think there's a need for this type of content and this type of just community. So I wanted today to really, go around and meet people you haven't met before. Want you to certainly network. I want to leave time. We're going to do some table discussions. We're going to do some fireside chats up here. And so from a logistics perspective, I don't want it to just be us talking. I want it to be kind of interactive, a Q&A. So after each of the speakers, they're going to have some questions, a time for Q&A. And then, so if you have questions during, please, I want this to be a little more interactive than just a typical conference. One of the most impactful things, and if you look at your flyer, actually the back page of your flyer here, I don't know if some of you have probably heard of Gull Lake Ministries, and Ryan, the videographer, first of all, let's give him a hand. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing. He's recording the events, and then, so we met up there 13 years ago, I believe. It's been a long time, but this quote, or a variant of it, came from the executive director over there. And so one of the things that stuck out to me is I want to be 40% different. And in order to actually have other people see you as different. It came from a quote from George Barna, and he's a leading researcher, an author who studies morality, mainly from a Christian perspective, but really driving the difference between values of Christians and non-Christians. And he found that there was a 10% difference between what people saw in Christians and non-Christians in terms of their value. And one of the things that his research led to was we have to be 40% different for people to actually see that we're different. And in terms of our leadership, in terms of our families, our as a husband, father, parent, and even leading your teams, you need to be significantly different for people to register that as, oh wow, there's something different about you. And that really stuck out to me as something that, frankly, I wanted to share. Obviously, put it on here. So we need to, because the world needs better, what did I say? Because the world needs more than slightly better. And that's really kind of the rally cry that I was hoping for today. How do we learn? How do we educate? How do we train the people around us and develop and leave today being more than just slightly better? So anyway, that was the vision for today. And going along with that, one of the stories that I've got, some of you, I've probably told this story. So I've got, early on in my career, mechanical engineering. I spent about 5 years at a pretty large for-profit business. And during that time, I had 2 reviews that, just being a little vulnerable, 2 reviews that shocked me and in the feedback they gave me. And it wasn't anything to do with the content. It was more a side comment that I got. And it was that I smiled too much. And I got that in 2 reviews. And to me, the first one was like, okay, that's funny. Why would they mention that? And then the second time it happened, it's like, there's something different here. Because if that's the culture that they want, I don't know that I can be a part of that. I want to be able to be different enough and make a difference in the people around me, in the culture, and leading the teams that I was in, and have people enjoy the process. Work is hard. Life is hard. Let's have some fun. Let's smile. And so one of the other things with the executive pastor at Gull Lake Ministries mentioned several times, and I know, Ben, I've mentioned this to you too, the team, is he always said eyebrows up. And keeping your eyebrows up keeps you from frowning when you're having conversations, when you're communicating. And so just the simple act of eyebrows up. And I'm sure Ryan can mention a whole lot more about that. But as you're talking to people, kind of think about yourself and how you're presenting, and so keep a smile. So thank you for being here, guys. And as we leave and the first speakers come up, Jay, I want us to think about, how do you be 40% different? And the word that they used was variance, 40% variance, statistical perspective. I'm a nerd, I know. But having that delta in how we lead our teams and our families and everyone around us, so that they see Christ, they see your leadership. So without further ado, Jay Hawthorne. Jay has been a great friend. He was one of the first people that I met when I left corporate America, and he's been a mentor, a friend, and an encourager. He likes to introduce himself as the Chief Encouragement Officer and of his business. He runs Pressure Connections business and has been very successful. Just got his PhD, and dude is awesome. So I'm so grateful to have Jay lead us off here. Thanks, man. Turn this on. There you go.
Well, thanks for your kind words. I appreciate it. So decision making. I'm here to talk about wise decision making. And it's a little tricky to talk about decision making. I wondered, what should I say? I had to make a decision about that. In fact, decision making is so critical, I've actually added a couple decision making questions to our interview process. And I want to share with you what I learned from a recent interview. We asked somebody, because they had one of these really key jobs, they're a leader, and we said, are you good at making snap decisions? 20 minutes later, they said, no. That's a joke. So then I asked, did they have a problem making decisions? They said, yes and no. Now, with a little bit more seriousness, I know that good decision making is a skill that some of you have some facility, right? whether or not you believe in Darwinism, you survived this long because you've made a lot of good decisions and you avoided a lot of bad ones. You just can't make it in life. This is a dangerous place, this world. And so when I talk about some tools, I'm hoping, and this is going to sound odd, but just hang with me for just a minute. I'm going to convince you that my goal is why you shouldn't be vampires when you make decisions. Vampires are the worst decision makers because they have no reflection. Now, I'm serious about this because I want you to think for another moment, because the power tool to decision making is reflection. It's a habit of the mind, because when we make poor decisions, it's usually how we gain wisdom, is at the cost of our previous poor decisions. That's how we learned. But we can optimize and get a little bit of ahead if we learn from other people's mistakes. That's hard to do, though. And so the way for us to take that experience seriously enough is to envision it, imagine it, experience it, and that will help us form the beliefs and become the kind of people who make wise decisions. It's really a character-based endeavor, and the road there is through making a practice, improving your reflection. So we're going to do a few tools, and I'm hoping that even today we'll become a little bit wiser. I'm going to get my first tool. It's very technical. This is a chronoscope. And this decision-making tool, now my first name for this was actually a knowledge of counterfactuals of human freedomoscope, but my wife said that wasn't a very catchy title. So I think chronoscope is better, and the way that it works is I'm going to look through, and if I look in this direction, I can see all the possible futures that might happen from the things that I actively choose, right? There are things that I'm going to make an active decision, and because of what I did, I see the results, and I can imagine through the chronoscope here how someone might respond. So let's take a simple example. Say I ask my wife, and I make a comment like, and of course, as a husband who's survived this long in marriage, we've been together 30 years, and we're doing really good. And part of it's because I said, should I say I really like those new jeans? And when I look at it, the first thing I notice is that there's an outcome where she says, "Aw, you don't even like my jeans. You just like looking at my legs." But it might also come out that when I look through, she says, "So you like these new jeans? Does that mean I look fat in my old jeans?" Now, there's a little bit of wisdom you got to apply before you answer. And the thing that I want to point out is not the joke part. It's that I regularly tell people that it's on my annual goals to stay married. And at first people think I'm kidding, because I'm kind of a kidder. And I'm like, no, I plan to stay married this year. And when I say that, what they don't realize is that I write it on my goals because anything that's really worth doing, that I value, that I care about, is something that I make intentional choices about. Those intentional choices, so my goal becomes a trigger for reflection. That's what I'm doing. And I think about what are the possibilities? What's the future that I want to happen? And through reflection, I start to make the choices that help me get there so that I'll become that kind of person. Now, sadly, the data for my chronoscope is calibrated to me, so I can't share this one with you. But I do have a tool that I'm going to share with you right now that we're going to even practice for just a minute, and it's the eulogy tool. And maybe some of you have done this. There's a few people who do this every day. There's people who do this every year. This is a common tool, but if you haven't heard of it, it works this way. You imagine you're at your funeral, okay? And you really need to take some time to do this because reflection's not easy. Life crowds you out. So really take a moment and imagine you're at your funeral and you're hearing your eulogy spoken. But you get to decide what you want people to say. So think about, what do you want someone to say at your funeral? What do I want them to say for my eulogy? And who do I want to say it? Those are the two biggest questions that you use for this tool. What do I want them to say at my funeral, and who do I want to say it? And what this kind of wisdom does is it exposes your values and helps you make the decisions, because at the end of thinking about this question for a few minutes, you start to get some ideas. You start to have some thoughts, and you notice the difference, the delta for Ray, between what you want to be said and the trajectory that you're currently on. So I want you to just take a second right now. Let me give you 30 of them, actually. And I want you to take a note of what's one thing that you want to be said at your eulogy. And just take a note of it and who said it. Now, I'm going to begin to interrupt. Keep finishing your note for those of you who are writing. But I want you to commit. And maybe what you do is make a plan and make a commitment right now, if you want to get the most out of this tool, and take at least 10 minutes sometime in the next week to think through this till you can't think of any more things to be said at your funeral. Right? Make the biggest list you can. And I know for me, I kind of grow a little bit every year, and so I need to use this tool more than once. I've gotten a lot out of it. Author Donald Miller does something like this, I think every day, or he at least includes this part of his vision statement. But there's a lot of different people who use this kind of thing. But wait, there's more. Because with my chronoscope, if you look at it this direction, you get to see all the things that would have happened or happen because of what you don't do. Okay? And in a way, you can think about this as being in regret mode. Maybe it's a regretoscope when you look at it this way. And so this is the kind of decision that you make, because either, one, you aren't doing some things, and if you don't do them, you're going to regret that you never tried. And some of those things stick out because you think about them all the time. Maybe it's the business you never launched. Maybe it's, or it also goes the other way. There are things that you're not doing because you did something else, right? So you have a regret that's holding you back from your calling and your dreams. These are the two main ways this works. And in my case, when I looked through the regretoscope a few years ago, I saw an event from my childhood, because my cousins and I, my cousin Jake and I are on this side of the street, and my cousin Josh, which is his brother, and a bunch of his friends, right? So we're outnumbered. We're in a mud ball fight. And we're chucking mud balls. I mean, it was the 80s, right? And I put a rock in one of these mud balls, and I lobbed it, and it hit my cousin Josh right in the face. He had plastic surgery, whole mess. I mean, it was a big deal. He was seriously injured. And as far as I knew, nobody knew who threw the rock but me. And these guys, I kind of grew up with them, because as my dad was making the business, starting the family business, I pretty much lived with these guys. They were like my brothers. And at some point, looking through the regretoscope, I was like, this is one of the people I love the most, but I'm doing a bad job because I've got this regret. So I confess to him, and I say, Josh, it was me. I threw the rock. And I thought I might have just screwed up one of the most important relationships in my life. But instead what happened is he loved me and he forgave me, and we have a wildly crazy love and acceptance of each other. We have a relationship that I could have never hoped for in a different way had I not looked through the regretoscope. And I'm like, what a great decision that was to tell Josh after all these years, even though it's like, oh, is it just a kid thing? And I made up excuses. I did all these things. But the regretoscope had me blow past that and weigh the significance of this decision. Now, a visualization exercise for you to try, I like to call something like the emotional balloon ride. I don't have a catchy title for this, but what I do is I go through this exercise where I think about all the right decisions and all the positive emotions that you have, because when you make a really good decision, you feel good about it. You have a sense of, oh yeah, like even some of the hard ones, you know it's going to work out. And so all of those things act as this thing that sort of takes you up to the mountains of joy, and you're like, you know what, this is great. But the regrets are like chains that weigh you down. And when I think about what are the chains on my basket holding my balloon down from getting to the heights that it needs to be, things start to come to mind. So take a moment and just write down maybe one chain that's holding you back. Don't worry if it's the most heavy one. Don't overthink it. Just think for a second. Let's just take 30 seconds or so and write down one thing that maybe is a regret that I'm going to regret if I don't do it, or this is a regret that's holding me back. I wanted you to at least try this enough to get a little bit of traction. You can finish writing your notes. And I'm going to encourage all of you, if you when you try doing this exercise later, and I'd encourage you to do so, that you actually write things down. We have a higher percentage chance of making changes when we write something down. It gives us clarity. It makes us commit. There's all kinds of psychological things that start to happen when you just put a pen to paper or a stylus to notepad, or whatever your writing tool is, do that. And I wanted to also mention that these kinds of things have an interesting effect over time. And let me get my next tool to share with you. All right. This is a perspectoscope, right? You get some. It works like a periscope in one sense, because it gets you out of seeing the box that you're in, right? We're all in a box of some sort. We're limited by something in our vision. But when we get perspective, we see beyond that. But unlike a periscope, periscopes actually give you a view of what's shallower. This works by giving you a view of what's deeper. So the perspectoscope is a little bit interesting because we lack perspective often because we don't have a clear enough picture of reality. And this is super important. And literally we could do a whole talk of things that prevent us from seeing reality. And so I'm only going to touch on a couple things here. But one of the things that I'm going to talk about is confirmation bias. Right? It's one of the most famous biases. This is the sort of thing. Confirmation bias is basically we find evidence for what we already believe. And I did an interesting experiment with this where there's this big auditorium, there's a lot of people in it, maybe about 600 people, and we showed a picture and we said, find brown items in this picture. And you have 20 seconds. People make a quick list, da-da-da-da. Okay, put that down. More talking happens, more talking happens. Okay, we're going to show the picture again, and you need to get a new piece of paper, make a list, 20, 30 seconds, go. Okay, now that you've made your two lists, compare the two. How many of you found the same exact items? Almost all the hands go up. And it's shocking. Like, they're all like, what? I can't believe this. And psychologists are really people who kind of cleverly mess with folks for pay. They just trick them. And that's why I like reading them. Because I like some of those things. We're sort of mischievous in my house. And these guys decided to talk about confirmation bias through this experiment where what they did is they told people coming in, we need you to count the number of people. We're going to show you a video of a people playing a game with basketballs. And while they're playing this game, your job is to count the number of people, the number of passes that people in white shirts make. And there's black shirts and white shirts, and there's balls going everywhere. And so they watch the video, and halfway through the video, a man in a gorilla suit saunters through the game. And he gets to the midpoint of all the action of the game, turns to the camera, and beats his chest. And then saunters out of the game. At the end of the video, they ask people, not how many balls did you count. They said, did you notice anything unusual in the game? Did you notice anyone walking through the game? Did you notice a gorilla? And 50% said, a what? Shocked. Absolutely shocked. They show them the video again, the same video. And people are like, they don't even know what to do with themselves. They're like, how did I not see that? And 90% of them believed they would notice something unusual, something important. If it came by, they would notice it. If it's important, I'm going to see it. But what it tells us, if we want to make wise decisions, and we want to get all the information we can about reality, that we got a 50-50 shot at noticing what's important. We got a 50-50 shot. But it also means that if we talk to somebody else who watched the same video, we got a good chance to discover what we would have missed. So if we want to make a wise decision, we need to get the perspective of others. And there's a lot of different ways that we can do this. And so I suggest that we need to do something to regularly request the perspective of others to include their insight when we're making an important decision. Okay? That's how we get wise, through the counsel of others and what they see. And I want to tell you, and I'm I have employees, and I have biases that come up that I'm not aware of. Like, for example, I've gone out and there's people who I think, man, they're doing a great job. And I see them out there working, and I notice, oh, they're doing a good job. And then we come up to the reviews, and I'm reading the reviews, and I notice, man, this guy's got some terrible marks, and his results are horrible. And I was praising him. Whoops. Or maybe your bias goes the other way. And you're thinking somebody is just a screw-up. And so every time you notice them, you're noticing what they do wrong. Then you look at that review, and hopefully it was done by a competent manager, and they weren't listening to what your thoughts were, and they're actually crushing it. Well, the point is, we need to be good decision makers, and we need to form the habits to become the kind of person that people know they can talk to. Let me say that one more again. You want to become the kind of person that people can talk to. This is not easy, especially for leaders. And so you need to intentionally overcome the biases that block communication. This covers a lot more than confirmation bias because, again, wise decision-making requires improved habits of reflection. So this is something we need to think about on a regular basis. And cognitive bias, confirmation bias in particular, is literally our default way of getting information because it's efficient. And that's what our brains do, is they have the most efficient way to get that thought. That's what the brain does. And so here's my tool, the blind spot request. The blind spot request. And it's a really simple set of questions. You first ask to the people who might know some information. You're having the meeting. We're going to make the big call. What am I missing? What am I missing? Because there's a good chance you miss something. The next question that you ask, and this is absolutely even more important, what else am I missing? What else am I missing? And you're going to ask it a third time. Now, I don't know if you know this, but in the Midwest, and that's where we are. If you're new, welcome, you know. If you just moved here, someone will probably bring some cookies over. But one of the things that's true is if you ask if somebody's hungry, you typically need to ask 3 times before they'll accept. It's a little unwritten rule, right? There's also a goodbye that happens, right, where you have to announce that you're going, right? Then you tell a few specific people that you're going, and then there's the goodbye at the car as you finally drive away, right? I don't know if your family's like this, but a lot of people in the Midwest, it's a thing. I think it's especially in southern Indiana, but that's only by rumor. But the point is, people often won't believe you that you're serious about listening to what you're missing, especially if you're in a position of authority. They're not going to believe it unless you make a habit of becoming the kind of person that they can talk to. So another thing that you want to do that will absolutely screw this up, and so this is a hot tip at maximizing this tool, is when they say the thing that you're missing, you don't act defensive. You don't correct them. You don't say something that disputes the claim, or else they will probably never share with you another thing you're missing again. But if instead you say, hold on a second, and you write it down. Now, the power of writing down other people's words is incredible. Hold on just a second. Let me write this down. This is important. And I tell people this is important because it is. Not just what they say, but the fact of our relationship. This is what I'm affirming. I'm affirming this interaction that you, another human being, care enough to correct me, to risk something, to tell me something that I need to know. And I want to affirm that. And so when you do this, this is super powerful. And if you say, thank you so much, and then you follow up, that's the supercharger. You follow up and you say, I did some thinking about this, and I really agree. Or, now, I disagree, but let me tell you why, and let me see if I've just got this right, because maybe I missed it. They hear your disagreement differently. Now you're not being defensive. You told them, I'm giving you veto power on my observation. Blows their mind. All right. Last question, or tool. This is the most important tool. This is a stethoscope. The stethoscope is the most important decision-making tool because the best predictor of making a wise decision is your heart. Now, I mean, I'm super nerdy. I analyze everything. I got a master's degree in analytic philosophy. Like, I can think really hard. I got critical thinking skills up the wazoo. And I used to think making a wise decision was just all about my head. And it's not. You're a whole person. And the heart is actually a place where a person is integrated. It takes into account the head, and it takes into account the emotions, and it takes into account all sorts of things. And the thing about the heart that we worry about is we all know some sweet idiots. Right? We all know some people who are like, man, their heart's in the right place. And if you're in the South, right, they're like, bless your heart. Bless your heart. That means you are a sweet idiot. And when you're worried about the sweet idiot, you're thinking that the biggest problem is I'm going to make too many wrong decisions. Well, as every business leader knows, you need more decisions. You're going to make tons of wrong decisions. Wrong decisions are not the thing that stop you from success. It's not making enough of the right ones. That's where the action is. Not making enough right decisions is the wisest course of action that you want to create enough wise decisions. You want to have that be the majority, right? And this balance thing is something to take into account. I mean, Martin Luther, I think, said a drunken man can fall off a horse on either side. It's wisdom I take to heart. It just means that, we can screw it up, the decision going in either way. And sometimes you're softer on one side, and so you ought to lean in that way because it makes for a better landing. But this danger is if we don't make enough right decisions, we won't have done enough for the things we really love. We won't have done enough to live freer and truer to all of our potential. And we'll have created less total impact, less good, by trying to be too focused on being critical. Now, I'm not in any way advocating that we're not critical. It's just that we need to prioritize the heart and not leave it out of the equation. And the proof of this is because the people who are famous bad decision makers, who've been unwise, proclaim to us loudly from their deathbeds, I wish I would have spent more time with my family. I wish I would have done these things. They're looking through the regretoscope. And they're experiencing it very painfully and bitterly. But you know what they never say? I wish I would have just spent a little more time on the office. I wish I would have perfected that one presentation just a little bit more. I wish. And there's all sorts of things that we all know that they're not saying. So we should hear them. We should listen to them. I think the wisest person who ever lived was Jesus, and he summed the same idea up with, what would it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? I think he's onto something there. That we need to think through the spiritual lens. The stuff that holds our values is our heart. And the tool for you that I want to share might be a little bit more surprising. It's a tool that I know all of you have, some of you use. We're going to do a soulish cardiogram with our calendars. I know some of you still have your Franklin Covey planner from the 90s and you're filling it out daily. But there's others of you, you've moved to your phone. Whatever you do, however you track your calendar, here's how the exercise works. Look at your last 90 days. Okay, look at your last 90 days. But imagine it's not you. I want you to draw a picture of what does this person love and prioritize. Because the things that really matter to us most, we make intentional decisions about, remember? And so, if you're going to prioritize this, you put it in your calendar. You don't want to screw that up. So, draw me a sketch of the person who owns this calendar. Write it out. And if you're like me, I don't need to reflect too much to know I got some improvements to make. There are some things I really need to change. That there's a difference between that calendar and the calendar that I want. And I start to make some edits. Date night, because I want to stay married. But I use my calendar, this soulish review, to help me reflect. To say, what are the choices I'm making? Right? Because the thing about wisdom, we know from the old coach quote about how the choices you make you, right? Which is, we could say it's a paraphrase of Aristotle. I'm not sure we want to get that nerdy right now, but wise decision making requires these improved habits of reflection. And so you need to use your tool, your calendar, not just for what do I need to do, but what did I do? Right? When you do your weekly review, maybe you want to look at not just what tasks I need to move forward, but what things didn't I include that I should have. That's the heart of the tool right there. And vampires don't do this. They never reflect. In fact, they exist by stealing life from others rather than building life, rather than giving life. And I believe that the way it works is love is superabundant, right? That's actually a technical term. Like when God made the universe, the reason why the universe came into existence is because God loves himself. He's triune. That the Father said to the Son, I love you. The Son said to the Spirit, I love you. It's all going around. It's a big love fest. But out of that love, more things are born. So the universe was born out of the superabundance of love. And then, that's just the picture of marriage, right? Out of the superabundance of love, kids come out. We've got one over there. We got proof this works. I know some kids. I was one once. I have some of my own. But I know that when I love God and I love people, I live life with less regrets. I have more joy. And I do it in community with people who become my trusted advisors. Thanks. I tried to end early. Do you have questions that you're going to trick me with? Okay. Because Ray said we got to have some time for questions. So if anybody has some questions or experience, yeah.
This is kind of a loaded question. I'm not trying to lead into assuming, but
That's all right. Load it up.
the late stage capitalism, the
Yeah.
kind of like dark, negative take on where we are in terms of certain elements of commerce and society. Do you think that what you propose should be implemented and that can actually course correct some of the elements of where we have to that lack of empathy that drive for profit over necessarily our humanity?
So the question is, given the pessimism about capitalism in our current culture, should these tools be implemented in such a way that it could course correct? And yeah, I think it could help with empathy, but I don't think that's enough to do course correction. Because the people who are advocating, who are being anti-capitalist, are doing it because they think they're being empathetic. They think the way to help the poor is be a socialist or some other anti-capitalist stance. So it won't. It could help some capitalists or other people just be more empathetic. That's good, but it won't course correct because what's really different is both values and the picture of reality. So, and the picture of reality comes this way: nothing in human history has had more impact to reduce poverty than capitalism. There's a book called The Lost Virtue of Capitalism by Scott Ray and maybe somebody else. And he does a Christian worldview take on understanding capitalism. And he has loads of awesome academic case studies in the footnotes. If you're a footnote reader, I highly recommend it. I actually learned to play the shoehorn because you get footnotes out of it. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this can help, but what's really going to help the person if they have that view is to help them do what you can to help them overcome some cognitive biases, to look at the actual data of what happens and say, what actually helps people? Oh, you want to help the poor? What helps the poor? Arthur Brooks in 2007-ish wrote a book where they looked at like who helps the poor the most. And it wasn't anybody with a strong social agenda about helping the poor. It was really capitalists, conservatives, the Catholic Church, the Christian, different groups. Like, it's all the people who, didn't seem to jive with these different things were the ones who were taking action and making a difference and alleviating poverty in some strong ways. And there's a group called the Poverty Cure, if you especially want to address poverty. They have some great research on this, and basically the biggest solve to the poverty problem, and there's a documentary that you can watch called Poverty Inc. There's two different ones, so the one that seems bad isn't the one I'm talking about. But the basic thing that they come up with is the small to mid-size enterprise does the most to alleviate poverty. Biggest impact, because not everybody can be an entrepreneur. Not everybody's good at that. So micro enterprises are good, but not good enough. The guy that can hire 5 or 6 people, 10 people, 25 people makes a huge impact in a whole city, area, village, neighborhood. So anyway, other questions? Yes.
Thank you for your talk. I thought it was really helpful for like values-based decision making.
Yeah.
Can you talk just really briefly about our human propensity to only measure a good decision based on good outcomes, whereas really good decision making, a good decision based on first principles does not always lead to the best outcome or the target outcome, but that doesn't mean that the decision itself is based off of poor information or poor decision.
Wow. This is a big question. In fact, it's a question like full of subsets of questions. So I'm not even sure I can answer that adequately, but something along the lines of, or do you have a key example? Because that could be more refined.
Yeah, let's go back to your first example of throwing the rock. If that rock never made contact, that was still not a good decision. Yeah, I find the older I get, the more I tend to struggle with unhitching the outcomes from the decision and judging the decision based on first principles.
Okay, yeah. So, so the example that he brought up was, if I threw the rock and I missed my cousin, it was still a bad decision. So when you look at things and you want to be a principle-driven decision maker, we get in conflict because we think we're going to have a better outcome if we maybe cheat on our principles a little bit, right? Corner cutting. And my most important response on this is this scenario is in one way a complete illusion. Because one of the things that you learn when you study human decisions and what people do is we absolutely are terrible at predicting the outcome. We are atrocious. So if you think I'm gonna corner cut so that I get a better outcome, you're probably deceiving yourself. That you just are participating in a bunch of other beliefs, and what you need to do to kind of zero down on that is, why do I think this, right? So as you drill down on why do I think I'm going to get this outcome, you'll get a more clear picture. So that's one side. The other side is you want to stick with your principles because you prevent regret. You get to the point where if you did do that decision and you made the corner cut, the victory is less good. Like when you're a kid and you cheat in a game for one of the first times, and then you're like, that wasn't even that fun winning, right? The first time you stack the deck in Candyland or whatever it was, and you're just like, there's no joy in this. All right, last question, anybody? Yeah.
So you mentioned don't argue with somebody when you're asking what am I missing, right?
Yeah.
We're all human, we make mistakes, right?
Yeah.
So if we've undermined or kind of torn down the trust with that individual, what are some good ways to rebuild the trust so that we can open that pathway again?
Yeah. Okay. So the question is, you're trying to build trust so people will tell you what you're missing, but you've screwed it up. How do you build trust again? And the answer, in short, is you can, in probability. Different people are different. So, like, even if you do all the right things, it doesn't always work. But it's highly likely to happen because trust works on the basis of character. And so the way you establish character there is you use the fundamental key virtue of character is humility. And so if you go to that person, you say, I said this, I was an idiot. And you just call yourself out. And you're like, I'm sure when I said that, that could have come off 10 ways of wrong. And I just want to apologize. And I hope that one day I can earn your trust and that you'll talk to me again and you'll share with me some things like this. Because I really want to hear. But I don't know what was going on, right? Or maybe you have a little bit of an excuse you can offer, like, my dog just died. I, didn't sleep last night, whatever. Maybe you have a reason, but you state it quickly and move on, right? Don't make it an excuse. Just say, I screwed up. I need your forgiveness, and I hope I can earn your trust again. And by not making a request or not, whatever, you're saying, I'm going to keep acting this way, irrespective of your behavior. And as you do that, they're going to see, okay, this person's legit. They're not just trying to manipulate me. This is not just a system. You're going to start to build those things of character. Wow, I did better on that than I thought. Maybe one last question, if anybody has one. Yes?
When you're doing the regret scope thing, how do you contain that in a healthy way so that it doesn't take you down a negative rabbit trail?
Okay, so how do we set constraints on the regretoscope to keep us from going over the cliff of self-death? We're just, this is terrible. That's a good question, and part of the reason why I try to write things down and I keep it in a third-person way, and I try to keep it playful, and try to keep it visual, is by envisioning it. It actually separates me a little bit, because as I'm playing this game, I'm not tricked to like, I'm really there. It's more like I can see this thing, and so that's part one. Is if you keep those fine-tuned aspects of the tool, there's a little bit of insulation for that. The second thing is you have to look through the chronoscope the other way and imagine the positive things, right? And essentially, you want to stack the deck with positive things, right? And I'm going to mention a tool enhancement. Probably everybody here has seen a SWOT analysis or done one. If you do strengths and opportunities first when you do a SWOT analysis, you'll generate a huge, like 150% more possible solutions. Because as soon as you put on your critical thinking mode, you stop generating more solutions. And so once your brain gets into critical thinking mode, it's hard for you to shift out. So you can't even think of the possibilities that you normally would. And in a similar way, the regretoscope is in some way fenced in because you looked the other direction first. And you generated all of these possible things that could be good that you could actively do something about. And because you have control, because you have something that you can do, and because you have a clear goal, and you can see a pathway for what that would happen, you can be hopeful about it. Those are the 3 ingredients for hope: goals, or agency, and pathways. That was actually part of my dissertation project. If you want to talk to me about that on a break, I can nerd out. But basically, by getting hopeful first, you have enough air in your emotional balloon that you're not as weighed down by those difficulties. And if that's difficult for you, bring in a buddy, phone a friend, have somebody else who can keep you in perspective, and that will also help. Because you can, as you're relating this, like for example, I was talking to one of my kids, and we're there, and I'm like, okay, you really got to think before you jump. Like, this is, look at what's out there, think ahead. And my son looks at me and he's like, Dad, you take bounce houses too seriously. So, you get perspective as you share these things. So, all right. Well, if you have more questions, I'll be here all day. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jay. That was awesome. The next speaker, Brian, has been one of my best friends for quite a long time. Lived in Columbus, moved down to North Carolina for a couple years, just came back. And we're so grateful to have him back in Columbus. He has just recently left corporate America, and I'm proud of him. It's been exciting and killing it, and really in the focused on the nonprofit space and helping them grow and scale. And it's been really cool to see your journey. Yeah, everybody, welcome. The other last thing is he was nominated a few years ago for the 40 Under 40. Super cool, great opportunity. So thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Ray. I appreciate that. That's been a few years ago. That was the AHP, which is the Association of Healthcare Philanthropy, 40 Under 40 globally. Been a few years, but I want to say something. I am really, really excited to be here with you today, Flight Plan 2025 leaders. I'm excited that I get to help you align to be a catalyst for a scalable, future-proof culture strategy that's mission critical for building out a next-gen, performance-driven ecosystem. Now, before we dive into the meat and potatoes of the value stream here, I want to make sure that we don't boil the ocean. Instead, we're going to peel back the onion on what I call a culture-first synergy mindset. Because at the end of the day, we're not just trying to scale, people. We're trying to nail it and scale it with a results-oriented, human capital-powered, customer-centric North Star. So today, let's not reinvent the wheel. We're going to do some blue sky thinking, right? And then we're going to empower every single one of your family that you empower and that you manage to fail forward and bring their whole selves to work and lean into a culture of excellence through silo breaking, omni-channel engagement strategy. Now, again, we've all got a lot on our plates, right? We've got limited bandwidth. We're wearing a lot of hats. We're juggling a lot of balls. We've got a lot in the air. So we're going to streamline today our KPIs, our OKRs, our QBRs, LOB, and DOGs. Now, we've got the dry powder. We're going to drill down. We're going to circle the wagons. We're going to sharpen our pencils, focus on the low-hanging fruit, then circle the wagons again and focus on those BHAGs, right? Today, we're going to unlock and operationalize core competencies, ideate seamlessly, embedded across our cross-functional, future-proof, and culture pipeline. Because let's be honest, with the right culture synergy fit, the sky is the limit, people. And if we're going to work hard, we're going to play hard. And we're going to trust the process. We're going to become a family here by the end of the day. It's not just about burning the candle on both ends, people. It's about being the change agent. So let's crush it, okay? Let's shift the paradigm. Let's build something special together, family. Who's ready to land this plane? Okay, please be honest by show of hands. In the last 2 minutes, who amongst you, show of hands, please be honest, had the thought of what in the world did I just sign up for? Who is this guy? Ray, what's your refund strategy or policy here? Or who just tuned me out completely and is looking at their work email? Raise your hands. All right, so, and if you didn't raise your hand and that got you fired up, please come see me in the break because I've got this incredible pyramid scheme, or business opportunity for you, okay? Now, so joking aside, guys, what I did there, I just illustrated a little bit, right? I came with energy, I came for excitement. I put a lot of thought into that. I made eye contact. I came at it with a really, really good heart. Some would say a joyful idiot, I think it was called. But what I just said, I spoke for 2 minutes and I didn't say a word. I didn't say anything. So, and what I'm trying to get at here, guys, is that the problem, and what I want to illustrate today, is that you, as business leaders, as business owners, as organizational leaders, from a heart of good intentions, may be doing the same thing to your team. Unintentionally preventing an authentic, high-performing culture, and ultimately, as I'll talk about, affecting your profitability. So who am I, and why should you care when I'm not throwing out jargon-laced rants here? So my name is Brian Canavan. I am the president and CEO of North Star Impact Group. So it's our mission to partner with organizations to create authentic, high-performing culture, right? To scale business. Do you have the clicker? Oh, sorry. Man, I'm so sorry. I had an incredible... You got that. That was supposed to be playing while I was giving that rant. Sorry. So, in 16 years of nonprofit leadership, I've actually, throughout my career past that, I've been in the for-profit world, businesses varying sizes. As Ray mentioned, I spent a lot of time leading nonprofits of different sizes, healthcare organizations, and startups. I've led teams of almost every size. I've worked with organizations with budgets from $1 million to over $13 billion. I have personally raised over $250 million for charitable organizations. And I say that to say I've been blessed beyond belief to be part of incredible teams and organizations throughout my career. I have seen what things look like when they're performing well. And I've been able to learn from some of the most incredible leaders in the country and the world. I've also been really blessed to be part of some incredible teams that have taught me exactly what not to do and what will not work for the betterment of your organization. And that is what I want to share today, is some of those learnings, some of those lessons. Ultimately today, my hope is to rattle your cage a little bit on the macro level, and then to give you a few specific thoughts to drive just to rethink about your perspective. Jay talked about not being a vampire. Again, if I can do one thing today, let's let us hold up a little bit of a mirror to ourselves. So what do I mean? What do I mean by team, not family? So I started down this route. I was blessed enough to lead a little over half of an organization. And I reported to a CEO. He was a good man, is a good man, was a great leader. And out of a place of a good heart, he talked about that we're a family. We're a family here at this organization. Family, family, family. We had pizza parties, we had birthday parties, just to show we were a family. I bought into it. It feels really, really good, right? So fast forward, some dark, economic, challenging times. And in the worst day of my professional career, I had to lay off 12% of my staff one day. I looked 12% of my staff in the eyes and told them that as of today, their livelihood is gone. Now, sure, I looked at each and every one of them and I said, you know, all the things we say. For those that run businesses, I'm sure you've laid off people. That they were longer a part of our family, right? I told them all that they were going to get we were going to provide them with a severance, that was going to ease the burden, that I was going to do everything in my power, provide recommendations, anything I could do to help them. I told each of them, like I said, that we were going to do everything. And I also looked each of them in the eyes and I said, I'm so thankful for what you've done for this organization, right? So I left the building that day, again, the single worst day of my professional career, absolutely sick to my stomach, knowing that those people were going to be going home to their actual families and that their income and livelihood was gone. And that sickness in my stomach of what that day had done, it hit me. So you may have seen in the other picture, I've married 15 years. I have two beautiful girls, Maggie and Abby. And I thought about Maggie, and I thought about Abby, and I thought about the absurdity, if you can just go on this mental journey with me, of the absurdity of us, my wife Megan and I, sitting at the breakfast table, Maggie and Abby coming down, saying, girls, I'm really sorry. It's been a really, really challenging quarter, and girls, we're going to have to let you go. I'm sorry, Maggie. Don't worry. We're going to give you a couple months of allowance. I'm going to put in some really good recommendations to another family. And really, I'm really grateful. You've done everything you can. You made the team, the hockey team, gotten straight A's. Your walk with Jesus is great. You're doing all the right things. I'm so appreciative for what you've done for this family. Now, we are going to have security escort you up to your room and get your belongings and escort you out of the house. But I'm so grateful, right? That's laughable because it's ridiculous. My love for my girls, and I'm sure your love for your families, is unconditional. Nothing they do will change that. Do I want them to do everything they can for the betterment of our family? Yes, absolutely. Do I strive for that? But if my daughter is not, fighting with her sister like she was last night, I still love her unconditionally. So that was the day that I started to shift my thinking there, is that the ridiculousness of what I had been saying to people. Now you counteract that. I've been an athlete my entire life. I was an adequate, somewhat okay hockey player. And I've been lucky and blessed to be part of some incredible championship, high-performing teams, right? So I've been blessed that I've been able to see true greatness, been a part of greatness. And in those teams, I will tell you that I felt loved, I felt appreciated, I felt respected. I know there was a hockey season where I quite literally didn't drive to a single practice as a youth. I didn't drive. So we had a absolute group of folks that was doing life with us, that was helping. But guess what else I knew? I knew that if I didn't take care of my body, I knew that if I didn't know the plays, if I was a cancer in the locker room, if I was actively not doing my best to contribute to that team, I wasn't going to be a part of that team. And there's a freedom in that, right? Expectations, authentic transparency. I knew when I made that team what was expected. And those that made that team, they loved me, but I knew what I expected of them. My coach cared for me. So when illustrative language, and again, I want to be clear, I'm not attacking the word family. I'm not attacking jargon. You'll see some of it in what I do, acronyms and things of that nature. But when illustrative language becomes a crutch for the real relationships that you should be investing that time in, you damage yourself, your people, and your organization. And so, again, I get it. So we get it all. We shouldn't be talking about family. Why does this matter for me as a business owner? You've got so many things going on. So I want to dive in a little bit of, obviously, this. I think we can all see that it makes a lot of sense for transparent, authentic relationships. But what is the business purpose of this all, right? It's pretty strong. So guys, right now, and this is a lot of Gallup information, amongst others that I compiled here. We are in a bit of a crisis with trust, and a lot of it stems from the authentic or inauthentic relationships that we form with our employees. Only 21% of employees trust their leadership, from a Gallup poll. If trust was a stock at 21% trust, I wouldn't invest in it if that was a company. So 1 in 5 of your employees statistically trust their leadership. A pizza party is not going to fix that. So employees, there's another statistic from Gallup. Employees who strongly trust their leadership are 42% more likely to be engaged. And we face that in that 23% of employees right now throughout the United States polled are actually engaged. To me, that's terrifying. That's 1 out of 4 people that are actually trying their hardest. The rest, because of the inauthentic nature and what we've done, aren't engaged. Very similar to that jargon-laced rant. Some of you, 10 seconds in, you're all very intelligent people. Said, I'm going to look at my phone. I've got better things more productive things to do. Actively disengaged. So here's the big one. Actively disengaged employees cost the U.S. companies upwards of $550 billion a year. So that's a tax we're paying for bad culture, right? To me, half a $500 billion of cost that we're facing. Organizations that have higher trust are 21% higher profitability than those that don't have a trusting, authentic relationship. And they perform 186% better than their competitors. High trust workplaces that have a trust-built, authentic relationship outperform their peers by 186%. So yes, this is something that you all should take to heart because it's important as a values-based leader, but it also makes a lot of business sense. Okay, so we figured this out. This makes sense. It makes financial sense. And again, my goal, to rattle all of your cages and hold up that mirror just a little bit. What I want to say, I'm going to dive into a couple ideas, a couple next steps, and a couple next thoughts for you all. But this is not, again, I realize that we've got startups, we've got business owners, we've got leaders, we've got some organizations. So these are not going to be a prescriptive 3 easy steps to double your revenue in the next year. But I think this is a good place to start. And yes. So I want to drop a quote. I agree that Jesus probably is the smartest man and one of the people that we should absolutely take our ideas from. But I also want to start with another brilliant leader, Mr. Michael Scott. Michael Scott, when asked if he'd rather be loved or feared, said, "I want people to be afraid of how much they love me." So the first step is to face ourselves, guys. Are we, one of the biggest roots of hollow culture as a leader is leader insecurity, imposter syndrome, need for approval, fear of irrelevance. These things can drive leaders to seek emotional validation from their team, often in the name of culture, right? When somebody asks about you, when somebody asks about me, I'm a father, I'm a husband, but a lot of times I lead, I'm guilty of it. I own North Star Impact Group. I've been in nonprofit leadership 16, 17 years. We become so much of our identity. And so how much of that are we craving? So when leaders lead from insecurity, all of us do it, again, that mirror, we seek personal purpose in the team's admiration rather than performance. We build relationships that feel good, but don't always function well. So I do want to say as one free tool for being here today, something that I'm actually partnering with Eagle Pursuit Strategies on, as a follow-up in the next couple weeks. You're going to get a no strings attached, not trying to sell anything here, but a self-assessment tool, and it will serve and help serve as that mirror. It's built to help you honestly reflect on how you lead, build trust, and where you may unintentionally be operating from some hollow patterns. So I want to take a second here, and if we can jot, take it down, take notes. I want you to take 30 seconds, and I want you to name your insecurity. I want you to throw up that mirror just for a second. Are you afraid of being irrelevant? Of not being liked? Being exposed maybe as unqualified? The best leaders in here, you're successful because you have people way smarter than all of us working. So I want to take 30 seconds, and I want us all to think. I want us to leave with some really tangible things. So let's name our insecurities. I'm going to give us about 30 seconds and really think about and jot out in your world, in your day-to-day, some of your biggest insecurities or hollowness. So again, I want to move forward here, and I just want to clarify here that what I'm advocating, again, and anybody's been part of a team will know, I'm not advocating for you to go from the lovable idiot that loves everybody and doesn't hold people accountable to a cold-hardened person that is just pure-based meritocracy and treating people like numbers. I want you to lead with love, but align around excellence, authentic transparency. Let the team know they're valued, but not needed to fulfill your personal identity. So again, we've talked about facing ourselves first, right? I love this quote. The best teams are the ones with the psychological safety, and that starts with trust. So as I look back from the championship teams I was a part of, again, I knew that I needed to do my best, but I also knew that I was being led by people that had my best interest at heart. If your team was polled, would they talk about expectations? Would they talk about their betterment? Would they jump to being part of a family? Leadership begins by embracing that your team members aren't here for familial loyalty, right? That's a mindset. That's a shift. You love widget XYZ. We all here love what we do, and they're incredible. All the companies that you're a part of and lead are incredible. They do things. But it's a freeing thing when we realize that they're here. Your employees have families, and they're there solely to take care of their family. Now, they want to be a part of purpose. I'm not advocating that it's transactional. So they're there for the purpose, hopefully to contribute something meaningful along the way. It's not transactional, guys. It's human. The messy part of this is we are in the human business. I don't care what widgets we make. So changing from a family mindset often leads, this family mindset has blurred expectations sometimes. Leaders can't accept the truth. They start managing like a parent, right? I know with my daughter, either overprotecting or overcorrecting, rather than leading with clarity and care. So again, I just want to, one more here, I'm going to give you a couple seconds to, as a personal reflection. So as a leader, am I asking for loyalty? Am I asking for familial bonds? Am I asking for results and dedication? Do I treat underperformance like betrayal? Or do I look at, again, as I look at some real world parts here. I, unfortunately, in my hockey career, have had 4 knee surgeries, 2 back surgeries, a hernia, plenty of broken bones, 8 concussions. I've put a lot of surgeons and doctors' kids through college. But I know that when I was facing hard things, when I wasn't participating and adding to the team, my coach, my team, the management, the trainers, they knew what was going on because we had an authentic relationship. They knew what was going on, and they helped me along. So as a leader, again, as we're thinking about taking your team about contribution, respect, alignment, instead of sacrifice, loyalty, and obligation. So we're going to lead your team where culture matters. What binds you guys in your shared purpose and outcomes, not artificial closeness, okay? So the third piece here, the third specific I wanted to jump into, an area now that you've faced yourself, you've made the mental shift from family to team. We're going to look at what the teamwork does. Teamwork begins by building trust, and the only way to do that is overcome our need for invulnerability. So, as we think about this new reality, I want to redesign for that new reality. So, as we look at the processes and meetings, and again, this is going to be very, very different for each and every one of you. But as you really, somebody that's come from and taken some good amount of time in corporate culture, things that could have been an email. What processes and meetings specifically, and this is one piece of many that you can dive into as you start your journey here, but what processes and meetings where culture is revealed, right? Many teams operate in ways that reward performance updates and over real progress, right? How many of us have been part of, whether it's corporate America and others, where we got the weekly report out, you got your 5-minute speech, everybody reports out, the information has gone up to another level, and we move a part of our day prepping for that next meeting instead of, again, prepping for what is the ultimate goal. So when teams hold long meetings out of tradition, this is just one example, create report outs, and again, this as a leader, as we face ourselves to that mirror, right? Feels good, we're needed, and I'm not advocating that you don't need to be in the loop. But as you get that report in, you run in your meeting, it feels really good. You're part of there. But that time's wasted. It can be wasted if it's not run efficiently. Trust erodes and progress gets masked beyond posturing, right? So one example, couple specific ideas here. Shrink your meetings. Increase clarity. So go try this. I don't know who has your weekly not your one-on-ones, your weekly staff meetings. 1 hour, status updates. I've been a part of a ton of them. One of the things that I tried, I led a team, and again, I think one of the questions I get a lot of times is, this is great for a business owner, this is great for the leader of an organization. I run 50 people, 25 people, part of an organization, part of massed in big culture. What can I do? You can control what you manage, right? So one of the things that I did, massed in just crazy corporate culture, was I took my 1 hour weekly status meetings and I tried it for 2 weeks. I took I made them 10-minute alignment check-ins, right? Let the work, not the performance, do the talking. So we shifted from reporting out to progress sharing, starting with, not to throw jargon out, but that North Star, right? An aligned goal. Shift from reporting to progress sharing, and I will tell you what happened in that 2 weeks, guys, is that I saw a lot of the work that people, and I'm sure you see your employees doing. I'm so busy, right? Because again, as you talk about that hollow culture, we're busy. We want to be busy. We want to be part. But as we talk about a very clearly defined goal with expectations and empowerment, right? When I went out there on the ice, what my coach, as much as he talked about the game plan, as much as he talked about everything, I put the goal. I scored the goals. I had to skate my butt off. I was checking people onto the boards. And so as you equip your team to go out and do what they're doing and report out instead of, and share progress instead of constantly having to be part of that reporting structure, you're going to go from where people feel safe to move ahead, move forward, move quickly if they get things done quicker. So again, and the last thing there on this part is, are we tracking KPIs because they're easy or because they measure impact, right? So vanity metrics that make us feel good, let's look and let's sift through those. Focus on value. Again, every single metric that we have should be tracked to the one measurable goal of the team. So, what I'd love for you to do, plot, 2-week sprint. All meetings are capped 10 to 15 minutes. Progress is tracked, shared dashboards or shared reporting, not presented in meetings. Then debrief. And part of this, as we were talking about before, and I think was touched on, was that comfort level as you as a leader of being able to be vulnerable and ask employees, ask your staff what they want. Where do they see in you some of that hollow, and when you name it and say, look, guys, I recognize and I want to be loving, and we're part of a high-performing team here. Asking your team, what pieces? So debrief. What happened to productivity, trust, and communications over those 2 weeks? I will tell you, from all of my experience, things will go in a direction that not only makes your relationships with your employees more authentic and relational and fulfilling, but also will help your business. So you don't build high-performing teams through hollow slogans, right? We've talked about that, empty metaphors. You do it by leading with clarity. Modeling security and creating systems that reward truth over tradition. So I want to note again, just one last thing, that this is not prescriptive. It can't serve, and it's not going to serve as your 3 easy steps to double in sales or profitability. Again, the messy truth that I want us to take from this is that we are in the people business. So I hope I've given you something to think about on a macro level, shaking your cage a little bit. Families are forever. Teams are purpose-built. With that, I would just like to say how appreciative I am of being here. I'd be happy to take some questions. Appreciate your time. Let's land this plane.
Would you say that, like, ideologically, the idea of, well, the family, it's hierarchical, of course, which is probably where it became so convenient to leave out.
Absolutely.
But like, it doesn't scale, right? The more you scale, the more obtuse it gets. And I was just wondering, if you see that in terms of when you've been able to implement those changes, but also that pivoting from reporting, constant having a meeting for a meeting, and actually having more like a round robin based progress update. Is that one of the more effective tools to lead you out of that familial better?
Yeah, because, and I'll tell you, thanks you for that question. So the question was about the report out. Is that a effective tool to lead out of that rhetoric? And I will tell you, you nailed it there. So what you don't want to do is go back to your team and say, guys, we're not going to be, I want to lead away from this hollow relationships and family, inauthentic family jargon that we've talked about, and then talk about a vision and move forward and then that get buried in the 25 other things that have been done. So when things are in front of your face, when it changes the day-to-day of people's priorities, where they're spending their time, because as we remember, your employees are waking up, leaving their children and their wives or husbands, and they're going to your place of business to spend their time there. Their priority should be, and I hope it is, that family. And so as that day-to-day, we cannot expect them to take these things that we're talking about and run with them. So as you change that day-to-day, what's in their face, what they're asked to do, where they're guided, and again, so kind of a real-time example there. And I love that you brought up scale, because again, this is applicable for startups, for businesses, organizations, nonprofits. And again, am I naive enough to think that I'm going to go into Fortune 100 company and change the entire culture? Probably not. But in the spots that you can for your team, and then what is beautiful about this, and so the real-time example, $13 billion organization I was part of, really moved into looking at what every single metric that is tracked, CRM, moves, everything. What are we doing? Does every single employee, if you were to sit down and ask them, and they said, what is the goal of your department? Are they able to actively and quickly articulate that and then talk about their purpose in it? And so when you start there, and then there's no hollow report outs and things of that nature, it actively pulls them away from that hollowness. And in that sense, we became the most profitable business unit. And so a lot of that did start to flow on others, because as you get that team culture in those big organizations, you're not going to shift the whole, to throw out some jargon here, you're not going to turn the Titanic. But as you change that culture and then see some of that profitability, and that's what I love about this, is it's tied to profitability, then others are asking what you're doing. And so it's spread from there, if that answers your question. Yeah.
What do you find is the most common insecurity of leaders of the organization?
Absolutely. I would say imposter syndrome, number one. I mean, who amongst us doesn't? And I think being able to own that. I came from a marketing undergrad. I was an MBA. I was an athlete. And so moving into, $13 billion healthcare organization, I didn't have any medical, on that experience, and leading people that had masters of health administration, on that front. So what I would say is the biggest thing I've seen is the imposter syndrome piece. On the flip side of that, I would say 1B. And again, I love that this is a values-based leadership gathering, because I think we can actively call this out, is priorities of life. Again, I talked about before, when somebody asks you, tell me about yourself. Okay, I'm Bob. I run XYZ company. Is that the first thing out of your mouth? So I think that's this close. That also, in 1B, is when you, and I'm not at all disparaging or telling you not to grind, because I'm sure those that have built extremely successful businesses in here, the grind is part of it. But I think as we talked about before, Jay talked about, is that eulogy and thinking about if you grind at the expense of what's really important. And so I see that, I've seen that a lot, where people's, and some of their identity is attached, whether it's their startup or whether it's, I'm an EVP at a bank or I'm a whatever it is, that identity. So I think those are the two biggest that I've seen.
So do you have any practical advice for someone who already has an organization, has employees, management, everybody already has a culture of family,
Mm-hmm.
and from every level, they kind of embrace that.
Yeah.
What are some steps to kind of step away from that without being harsh, like, hey, we fired our staff and we created a team now and you're not family anymore?
Absolutely. Yeah. So the question, in a larger organization that has embraced this family mentality at different levels, what I would say is it starts as high as you can go. And what I mean by that is, as a organization led by owners, leaders, CEO, down to, from there. So as the higher you can start in the organization, the more effective you're going to be. And what I would say And again, that's why I'm always careful to say that it's not swinging the other end where people aren't people. You know, one of my management philosophies is that people are people before they're employees. And if you don't know that, as a manager, if you don't know about your people, I mean, and again, as you look at the team mentality and going back to, you know, my coach knew my parents, he knew my brothers, he knew what was going on in my school, he knew, what was going on and things like that. And so as we think about that, what I would say on the high level there, starting as high as you can, and again, we all have agency over, where we're currently at. But I think when we do those steps of facing ourselves, making that shift, and then throwing out and being being able to be vulnerable with our staff and say, look, we've been going down this way, and I respect you all. I respect the work, calling out the things that have been done, the positivity. And what I really want to do is show you the ultimate respect on where we're going. And so again, because to your point, very easily, if not communicated correctly, it's, oh, okay, well, I'm just a number. I'm just going to get cut. And that's unfortunately the reality of a lot of the family cultures is that it is masked and this candy-coated numbers. That's all it is, because those family cultured organizations are the quickest to cut, half their staff and not think about it. And so where I would say is that some key points, and then also so people see, again, some actual changes that go on, so they don't unfortunately just view it as the rest of the rhetoric that they're getting. So as they get clear path, transparency, openness, changing goals and metrics as you go along, I think that people will understand. You don't want to sit up in a town hall and just beat your chest that we're going from family to team, that, because again, it can get lost in, if you've built that culture already, showing some actual changes will go a long way. Please.
I think at the end of today, correct me if I'm wrong, but dispelling the notion of a familial structure increases the perceived humanity of your staff.
Absolutely. Yeah, you nailed it. You come up and we're going to do the next presentation together. No, that's absolutely perfectly said. Yeah. I mean, again, it's one of those things where when you really embrace this, the authentic relationships that are built of people because again, as we know, if there's a hollowness that everything is built on, and biblically we talk about what's your foundation built on, right? And so if we talk about this false familial build, then everything is built on sand. It's built on something that we know is not true. Every single person in here, and I hope this is the truth, if given the chance of saving your business or your family, it's not a choice. There's no debate. There's no chance. Again, if laying off half your staff tomorrow meant your children having a roof over their head and being fed, you're gonna pick. Your priorities are there. So again, I think it's one of those things when you're not trying to lead with these things that people know are hollow, then you're building that ultimate foundation. Yeah, it dispels that. So I think time for maybe one more. No? Well, I just want to say thank you for having me, and it's been an absolute pleasure. Look forward to chatting with many of you. And if you didn't raise your hand during my jargon, please see me at the end. I forgot the pyramid scheme. So.
Well, thank you guys. We're going to take a few minute break, grab some coffee, finish up the pastries back there, and we'll regroup for our next section. Thank you guys. Meet somebody you haven't met before. Item on our agenda, we're going to actually do something a little different, and I'm excited to try this, and frankly, I love your feedback. We're going to do some table discussions, and I want you guys to talk through a couple questions at each of your tables and really try to dig into not only the culture, the foundation of your business, and how you interact with the people around you. So the two questions are, if someone shadowed your team for a week, what would they say your culture values most? So we'll certainly start there. And then where does trust break down in your organization and why? So I don't want to necessarily lead through those questions, just talk through it and Yeah, thank you. So we'll move into our third speaker. So Ben Teege and his wife own Earthly Wellness over on the east side of Columbus, and I'm grateful to have been a part of it for a bit. And man, their team and their culture is something that that I hope he talks about here a little bit today, and it's amazing. And what I like about it is not only has it only been around 9 years, and he's been in the Columbus Fast 50 3 times? 7 times. 7 times. And so, yeah, incredible. So without any further ado, Ben Teege.
All right, so what I'm going to talk about today is culture. And before I do that, though, let me just acknowledge I'm well aware that I'm the only thing that's in between you and lunch. I'm a big believer in the idea that reality is reality, whether you acknowledge it or not. And one of the things that we do as a company is we acknowledge what reality is. You guys were all going to think it anyway, might as well just say it. But before I get going, to tell you a little bit about us. All right, so as Ray mentioned, we started in 2015. Our 10th anniversary is going to be in just a couple of months. And what we are is we're a direct-to-consumer manufacturer in the FCMG space. So we make 140 different products that are everything from respiratory support, digestion, headaches, hair care, skin care, body care, deodorant, that sort of stuff. Think of us basically as a natural version of Procter & Gamble. We have 150 employees, and we have 110,000 square feet of manufacturing space in Gahanna. We make 100% of the products that we sell in Columbus. And then in 2024, we did serve 367,000 families and produced 1.7 million products. So a fairly large team, and culture is very important to us. But the main thing I want to talk about is where all of that stuff started. So to begin with, I want to define what culture means to me. So in the context of the talk, culture is shared mission plus shared beliefs plus shared values plus shared behaviors, right? And it takes all four. I would venture to guess that many of you have a mission statement that is probably in the tagline of your email, or it's on the first slide in your slide deck, and there aren't a lot of people who really internalize that. And that's the difference, right? The difference between a culture that is deliberate and a culture that you're building, and a culture that is for a strong organization, and one that just lives on paper or lives in your head. Peter Drucker says, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And I can tell you, after 10 years of leading this organization, I could not believe that any more strongly than I did the first time I heard that statement 15 or 20 years ago. So, to start with, what is our why? This is my daughter. Her name is Rebecca. She is not that cute little girl anymore. She is 18 years old, or will be very soon. When she was born, she had a lot of health and developmental issues. So she was developmentally delayed. She wasn't really speaking. She had head-to-toe skin rashes, digestive problems, spitting up, just a really not good scenario. And as a first-time parent, this is a terrifying thing that I'm going through. And my wife and I did what every good parent does. We went to the doctor, who said, help me figure out what's wrong. And the doctor couldn't figure it out. And the specialist couldn't figure it out. And every drug that we tried to put her on either didn't help, or some of them actually made it worse. And in desperation, we turned to herbal remedies. And it worked. Not only did it work, but it completely transformed her life overnight. In less than 3 weeks, she went from not talking at all to talking in complete sentences, as if nothing was wrong. And in that moment, I realized something profound. I realized this is what my calling was going to be. And I didn't quite get it at the time. I just had a hint, or I had a suspicion of that. But that event that year that we spent dealing with that ended up becoming the catalyst that completely changed the trajectory of my life. The company that I was working for at the time was the largest pharmaceutical company in the United States. And I had just learned everything that I was doing and everything that I believed in was very shaky. And there was a different way, a different trajectory that I wanted to go with my life. And so over the next couple of years, my wife and I started a blog. We started telling people our story. It eventually grew to about 500,000 unique readers a month. And that was a point that we said, look, we got to stop talking about this. It needs to stop being a hobby. This is our calling. This is what we need to do. I quit my 6-figure job. My dad thought it was the craziest thing he'd ever seen in his life. He's like, you make more money than I've ever made in my life, and you're about to walk away from that to make nothing? But here's the thing about a calling. It's not about the money. It's about the calling. It's about the passion. It's about the mission. And that was the thing that mattered to me in that moment. I said, at the end of my life, I'm not going to be worried about how much revenue I had or how big my bank account was or what vacations I went on. I'm going to measure my life in terms of the impact that I had and the fact that I did something that I was truly, truly passionate about. So I quit and we started the company. The biggest thing, if you take away only one thing from my talk today, I hope it is this. Your culture cannot be an accident. It has to be something that you are deliberately setting out to do. For those of you who know me, I think you will agree with this statement. I don't do anything by accident. Every decision I make, even though it seems crazy to other people, is done very deliberately because I'm trying to accomplish something specific. And this was no different. Our culture was built very deliberately from the ground up. Because if you've ever tried to change culture in an organization where culture is dysfunctional, it is very, very difficult to do that. So rather than doing that, start with culture in mind. First thing I want to talk about is passion. Our organization is fueled by the passion of the people that work here. Not just my wife and I, but the employees that we have on the team. One of the stories I want to tell you is about the difference between Apple Computer and Dell Computer. So you probably remember the early 2000s when Apple came out with a Retina display and everybody was just gushing all over it, saying it's the most amazing display that anyone's ever come out with, this groundbreaking technology, Apple is such a innovative company. Here's a dirty little secret. Apple didn't even make those monitors. They didn't invent the technology, they didn't manufacture them. They took LG Electronics monitors, they slapped their logo on it, and they just were really, really good at marketing. And at the same time, Dell Computer was selling the exact same LG monitors for half the price of Apple and got no attention and no respect. What was the difference? The difference was about the mission, the difference was about the why, the difference was about the way those brands are perceived. Dell is perceived as a company that cares about making money, and Apple is a brand that is perceived as we care about people, we care about the products, we care about design. That was the difference. To use a different quote, I love Dave Ramsey. You can teach skills, but you can't motivate a donkey to win the Kentucky Derby. If your team is not passionate, there's nothing you're going to be able to do to change that. So it has to start with the core of who you are. It has to start with your mission. It has to start with your why. And it has to start with you telling every single person that. Every interview that we have ever done as an organization, we have told people what our mission statement is. This is who we are. This is what we're about. If you like this, great. We'd love to have you. If you don't work here. We know who we are. We're comfortable with who we are. You're not going to change us. There are plenty of other organizations that would be happy to have you. We succeed and fail as a team. And so if every person on your team is not working in the same direction that you are, Jim Collins said it best, right? If you got to make sure that you got the right people on the bus, and then once they're on the bus, you got to make sure they're in the right seats. So make sure that you don't let anybody on the bus who isn't a person that you want on that bus. Invest in your people more than you invest in anything else. I'm deliberately not going to ask you to raise your hands to this question, but if any of you who have team members, if I said, do you have a budget for personal development, I would guess almost every single one of you would raise your hand. Yes. We do leadership trainings. We encourage our employees to go to events like this. We buy them books, whatever. If I asked you to tell me what percentage of your budget that was, I venture to guess that most of you would be embarrassed to tell me what that number is. Because we're doing it as a lip service, we're not doing it because we are truly investing and caring in our people. And people notice the difference. People notice the difference between being cared about and they notice the lip service, as Brian was saying earlier, about saying we're a family, but then treating them like we're not. Promoting from within inspires the best of everyone on your team. If everyone in my team knows that we only promote from outside of the company if we have absolutely no choice. So we just hired last year an accounting manager who had 20 years of accounting and CPA experience. We didn't have anybody in the organization that could fill that skill set. We got it from outside. But every possible role that we can, we promote from within. And if you model that behavior, your team will notice it and your team will work knowing that there is going to be rewards for what they do. Almost every person in our leadership team is somebody that started at entry level and has worked their way up and has been with the organization for a long time. And finally, culture matters, including throwing going away parties for people that you fire. This is something that I actually did. This is something my leadership team did not want me to do. Because here's the distinction. I would venture to guess that almost every one of you has fired somebody at some point. And almost always, you are not telling the team why you're firing that person. They just simply know so-and-so is no longer here. Maybe they invent their own reason why that person is not there. But the team just knows team member A is no longer here. We caught an employee who was stealing from us, and our practice at the time, this was when we had about 20 employees, was that we would throw a going away party on the last day that somebody was here. And that employee knew that they were being fired, and we threw that party anyway. And the reason was, it had nothing to do with the person that we were firing, and had everything to do with the people that were staying. The people that were staying didn't know why that person was leaving the organization. All they would have known is we didn't care about that person leaving the way that we cared about everybody else, and they would have invented their own narrative about why that was. So we made a decision. Our culture is we care about people just as much when they leave and want them to be successful as they are when they are here. And because that is a thing that we do as our culture, we did it even when it was hard. Next thing, people over profits. This is something that we believe in very, very strongly here. In fact, Jeff Lacey, who's sitting right up front here, he is the fractional CFO organization that our CFO is through. And the first time I met Jeff, I said was, I don't care if we make money or not. Obviously, we have to make money as an organization to be successful. We have to make money to be able to invest and reward people. But when I say people over profits, what I mean is it's a mindset. We will never, ever choose making money over taking care of people. And every single person in the organization knows that, and every single customer that we have knows that. To tell you a quick story, many of you in this room are probably old enough to remember this, but in the 1980s and 1990s, towns used to beg Walmart to come to their town. They would petition, they would give land, they would give buildings, they would give no interest loans. Walmart was such a positive impact in most communities that every community wanted Walmart to be or wanted theirs to be the next one that Walmart came to. And now towns petition to get Walmart kicked out of the town. What changed? What changed was the why. What changed was the leadership. I wish I could play a clip of this for you, but the very last speech that Sam Walton ever gave when he was part of Walmart, he talked about the why of Walmart and how much it meant to him. He talked about how they were enabling American economies, how they were building communities, how they were serving people, and at the very end of the speech, he mentioned offhandedly, and it's been really profitable for us to do that. The very first speech that his successor gave was the exact opposite speech. The very first thing that he mentioned was, we're going to drive sales, we're going to drive profitability, we're going to cut costs, and while we're doing that, we're going to serve the American economy. That was the difference. The difference was the values of the organization. For us, what that means is we are an education-focused organization. We work very hard to make sure that people are educated on what we do and that we're truly serving people. Again, if any of you are old enough to remember this, Progressive used to have a thing where you could call and they would check your insurance rates against other insurance providers. They wanted you to be the first call. Even if we're not the lowest rate, call us first and we'll help you. We try to do the same thing. Even if we're not the right solution for your health issues, call us first and we will happily refer you to somebody if we don't think that we're the right fit. And it only takes one of those interactions for you to gain a customer for life, to know that you truly care more about them than you do about just trying to make a sale. People are attracted by that passion. One of the things that fuels our business is that we have 12,000 affiliates, 12,000 people who love our products so much that they do nothing but talk about those things all the time. Every one of you, regardless of what your business is, can do that same thing. You have to give your customers an experience, make them feel valued, make them feel part of your brand, and they will happily tell other people about what you're doing. 92% of our products, we have not changed the prices since 2019. 92% of our 600 products have not had a price change. Do you think our raw materials have gone up in the last 6 years? Do you think our shipping costs have gone up? Do you think our labor costs have gone up? Do you think our rent costs have gone up? There is almost not a single thing in our organization where the cost of those things has not gone up by more than 25%. But if our mission is that we actually care about people, if we actually care about serving people, our job, my job as a leader, is to make sure that we figure out a way to not change those prices without cutting quality and without cutting people. Whether that's efficiency, whether that's negotiating better rates with our credit card provider, because Lord knows the banks don't need more of our money. Figuring out better tax strategies. We're going to do anything we possibly can to not raise prices. And too many organizations use price changes as the default answer to every issue that you face. Hey, we're struggling a little bit, let's just raise the prices, that'll solve it. It's much, much harder to be introspective and say, we're not going to change the price. So that being said, what else are we going to do? What's the hard work that we're going to do to make sure that we can be successful here? And finally, one of our core values is perfection is not an achievable standard. That's something that I say almost on a daily basis to our employees. Everybody makes mistakes. People have made colossally epic mistakes at our organization. $50,000 mistakes, $100,000 mistakes. And I have never yelled at anyone about any mistake that they've ever made. Because if it only takes one of those interactions for that person to learn, I'm not going to tell you bad news anymore because you're going to react really negatively and you're going to take it out on me. Every single time one of those things has happened, the first question that I've asked is, do we understand how it happened? Was it a people issue? Was it a training issue? Was it a process issue? Was it a resource issue? Doesn't matter what it is. What was the issue and what did we do to fix it? And I have never once asked somebody or said that you really shouldn't have done that. This was a big mistake. And that's why so many of our leaders are not afraid to bring those issues to me. They're not afraid to deal with problems, and they emulate those same behaviors with people on the floor. Somebody drops a tray of things, hundreds of dollars of glass bottles, and they break it, and the very first thing the leader does is, are you okay? That's what matters, not did you ruin a $300 tray worth of stuff. All right. No debt and no investors. I realize this is sacrilege in a lot of organizations, but for us, this is a core value. We made a decision very early on that we cared about the longevity of the organization more than we cared about anything else. And I don't know if you know this, but 100% of organizations that have gone bankrupt had debt. It's literally impossible to go bankrupt if you don't have debt. And because we care about people, because we care about the legacy that we leave, that was a line we drew in the sand. And we said, never. We will never have debt. And the reason we have no investors is because we are a mission-focused organization. And we are never going to allow somebody in this organization who cares about ROI who cares about how we are optimizing for cost. It's about how many people can we serve. That is the only metric we care about. What's interesting about this is that the companies that do this, which is rare, are ones that you definitely know the impact of it, but you probably don't know that they're debt-free. The example I want to give you is Red Bull. Has anyone ever wondered why Red Bull does all the crazy, weird stuff that they do? They do the stunts. They had a guy go up in a balloon all the way up to the edge of space and then fall all the way down to the earth. Why do they do those weird things that they do? It all starts from where they started as a company. So Red Bull started debt-free, and the founder was trying to figure out ways that they could market their organization. Now keep in mind, when Red Bull started, nobody knew what an energy drink even was, right? So they had to convince people, here's this thing that you've never used before, please buy this, and if you're gonna buy it, buy from us. So the solution that they came up with was they would hire attractive men and women to take an empty trash bag full of Red Bull cans, go to a bar or a nightclub, and dump all the cans in the trash can, and then stand nearish the trash can and drink a Red Bull, okay? So I want you to picture this. You're in your 20s, you're in your 30s, you're going to a nightclub, you're just looking to have a good time. You take your beer, your pop, whatever you're drinking, you throw it in the trash can, and the first thing that you see is, what is this? There's like 50 cans of this stuff in the trash can. And you're looking around, and right near the trash can, you see somebody drinking it, and you're like, I'm gonna go talk to that person. I'm gonna ask them what this is. And unbeknownst to them, you're getting a sales pitch. That's how Red Bull started. That was their marketing plan for the first couple of years. And it was all built on the passion of their team. It was built on people who really believed in what they were doing, thought that it was a thing that would enhance your lifestyle, would give you energy to do all the things that you were excited to do. So they filled the company with these people that couldn't help but talk about it, and then put them in a position where they did nothing but talk about it. And all the other stuff, the TV ads and the billboards, all that came later. But what came first was the passion. In 2020, we all learned that risk is a cost. There was a lot of companies, to use a very famous Warren Buffett quote, when the tide goes out, we all see who's been swimming naked. There was a lot of people who thought just-in-time inventory was a really great thing, or using borrowed capital in your organization. 2020 happened, decimated a lot of businesses. We tripled that year. We tripled that year because we had 3 months of inventory in our building at the time. We tripled our inventory because we manufacture 100% of our products and we ship 100% of our products. I wasn't reliant on anybody to do anything. It was all about what we chose to do. So I believe that not having debt and not having investors was not a constraint, it was an enabler. It was a fuel that led us to be a much more successful company than it would have been otherwise. Mistakes don't matter if you don't borrow the money to do it. I have a piece of equipment in our facility that we spent $500,000 for 2 years ago, and we still have not got it working yet. That sounds crazy, right? But let me give you the context of that. In our industry, we are the second largest company in the United States that makes the products that we make. That's not to say we're a huge Fortune 500 company. That's just to say we're operating in a niche where the biggest companies are not that big. There are no suppliers to go to buy machines. There are no off-the-shelf anything in our world. Everything is about us figuring it out. And so we make very deliberate decisions to buy equipment long before we need it so that we can figure out how to modify it, how to rewrite the software, how to get it to do the things that we need it to do, because there is no easy button for us to push. And lack of capital can also mean sacrifices. There was many times where we had to let products go out of stock, or where we ran into supply chain issues because we couldn't afford to fix a $240,000 machine that had just broken. But self-funding is a flywheel that pays off in the end. It's much harder to get it going, and anybody who's a car guy, which I know there's at least a couple here, gets that. It's very hard to get a flywheel going, but once it's going, it's almost impossible to stop it. And this for us was one of those key enablers. We do everything in-house. I'm going to tell you a very quick story. I'm sure none of you guys are going to know the name of this company, but there was a company called Ava Anderson that was in the personal care space about 25 years ago. It was started by a teenage girl who was fed up with the amount of poisons and crap that were in products and said, I think there's a better way. And it went viral, and overnight, $100 million business. At least until an influencer actually tested the products and realized they were full of all of the chemicals that she said that they weren't full of. Because she was contract manufacturing everything that she did and did not realize that they were lying to her and they were not testing any of the products. And so they went from 0 to 100 million in 3 or 4 years, and they went from 100 million to 0 in less than a year. And all of that happened the year before I started my company. And we made a decision, as hard as it is, we are going to do everything in-house, every single thing, from start to finish. From formulation to manufacturing to logistics to marketing to customer service. We built our own ERP. Again, I know these things sound crazy, but they're not. For us, they make more sense than any decision we could have possibly made, because everything that we do is built exactly the way that we need it, and it enables us to do things that organizations 10 times our size cannot do. No one will ever care as much as you do about your products. Every time you trust somebody, you outsource some piece of that, that person is by definition never going to care as much as you do. And if you think that's not true, I encourage you to let your kids go stay at a friend's house and see if they care as much about your kid as you do. It just doesn't happen. I mentioned earlier, but one of the things that I think that I'm best at is that every decision that we make is made deliberately. And deliberate decisions beat default decisions every day of the week. And by default decision, I mean you simply didn't decide. We've got something coming up. We could go A or we could go B. Don't really know. You just don't make a decision, and then your team decides, or just one of those two things happens. Don't default into things. Make deliberate decisions about what you do. And then, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, invest in your differentiators. For us, we're a manufacturer. Our ERP is the heart and soul of everything that we do. And not building our own ERP is crazy to me. Because we have a system that is perfectly tailored to every single thing that we do as an organization. There is no wasted time. There is no wasted effort. Everything is perfect. And how that looks in your organization is obviously different, but for us, that's what that means. And then finally, big goals matter. There was a very famous ad campaign that Steve Jobs ran when he came back to Apple. So for those of you who don't remember the story, Steve Wozniak started Apple. Eventually Steve Jobs gets kicked out, rightly so. He was not a very good leader. And he was replaced by John Sculley, the former president of Pepsi. And when Steve Jobs came back in 1997, Apple was on the verge of bankruptcy. And the first thing that Steve Jobs did was he ran an ad campaign called Here's to the Crazy Ones. And it didn't even talk about the products. What they said was, here's to the crazy ones, because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who change it. That was how he chose to relaunch Apple from bankruptcy, and we all know where that story ends. Apple became one of the most valuable companies on the planet. It was because he started with the mission, he started with the why, he started with the culture, and let the business take care of itself. We believe that we can transform healthcare on a nationwide level. Even though we're a tiny, little, insignificant company operating in a sea of titans, this is a $2.5 trillion industry. Almost 10% of the US GDP is in healthcare space. And I'm crazy enough to think that we can change that. And I know that we can. And our employees know that we can, and our customers know that we can. And the reason why we're doing it is because everybody believes that we can do it. And we never stop saying it. Execution matters, but the goals matter too. Elon Musk said once that life can't be just about numbers. It needs to be about the things that we care about. Life needs to be exciting. Life needs to be about things that we're passionate about. And if you give your employees an opportunity to be passionate about something, they will. And finally, don't hide who you are or who you want to be, or your customers will invent their own story about you. If I were to ask most of your customers why you're in business, would they be able to answer that question? Or if they would you like the answer that they give to that question? In my case, I know the answer to that question because every year we survey our customers. The one that we did in the springtime, we got 50,000 responses. So almost 15% of our customers took time out of their day to fill out a survey. Again, that probably sounds crazy, but that's the level of passion and care that my customers have about what we do. We are very open and honest about everything that we're trying to be. Almost all of those things that we say publicly are things that you would probably feel uncomfortable saying to people investing in your organization because you're worried that those things are going to get out to your competitors. And what I'm telling you is when you are upfront about who you are and what you're trying to do, people can't wait to give you money and to do business with you because everybody feels like companies only care about money because most of them that is true. And the few that they feel like actually care about things, those are the ones that are the real differentiators. That's why Apple is what Apple is. That's why Tesla has the passion and the fan base that they do because they are very open and honest about everything that they're trying to be. So big goals matter. All right. And then finally, to sum up, you can't teach passion, people over profits, no debt or investors, do everything in-house, big goals matter. And finally, the question you're probably all wondering, does this work? Over the last 9 years, our average annual growth rate is 92%. Not only that, but I think we are barely scratching the surface on what is possible. So believe me when I say culture matters. And if you invest in the culture the way that you invest in your business plans or the way you invest in your P&Ls or the way that you invest in other parts of your business, you will see huge transformations because of it. Thanks. So, happy to take any questions.
I'm curious about your celebration for the fired person and what you told everyone for them to learn, and how you handle that whole situation.
Yeah. So the question was what did we say when we had the going away party for the fired employee? So we say the same things that we say every time. We simply say the person is leaving the organization. Good or bad, we very rarely explain the reason why. Just simply, this person is leaving the organization. We are appreciative of the things that they said or did while they were there. Thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for the work that you did, and then wishing them the best. Yes.
How do you interface with or engage functional medicine practitioners?
So we don't, actually. Sorry, the question was how do we engage with functional medicine doctors? Our business is almost entirely direct to consumer. So we have no distributors, no retailers of any scale, just a lot of little mom and pop stuff. We probably have maybe 1,000 small functional medicine doctors, acupuncturists, things like that. Most of them are buying a few $100s a year. We're mostly focused on direct to consumers. For the same reason that drug companies do direct to consumer drug advertising, right? The consumer is the decider, not the doctor. So just help the consumer understand that they want to make a change and then they'll make a change.
I'm one of those bankers that you don't like giving away money to. So I can appreciate, and a lot of what you said resonated with me because I'm also an entrepreneur mindset, but my wife doesn't let me spend any money, so lack of capital inspires creativity. But something you stuck with me, and I like the psychological aspect of culture. And in Dunbar's method, they talk about 150. It's kind of the number
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that I understand your question. You're asking about what do I think is going to happen in the future as the company continues to grow and scale?
Are you familiar with Dunbar's method of 150?
I am not, no.
It's just it's a psychological aspect of 150 is the max, people with relationships. So employees that graduate above that employee level, there's different things, dynamics that play in this culture. So,
So I'm not familiar with that specifically, but I will try to answer the question at least how I think about it. So the question is just what do we, how do we think this is going to grow and scale as we get beyond 150? And apparently there's some evidence that that's like the limit for organizations. So I'm going to use Tesla as an example. I realize this is much dicier since January, so this is not a political statement in any way, shape, or form. But I want to tell you a very quick story. In 2018, Tesla was already making 100,000 cars a year. This was before the Model 3 launch. That was the Model S, that was the Model X. They're very expensive cars, and they were launching their first mass market car. And their stated goal was to go from 100,000 cars to 500,000 cars in 1 year, a 5Xing of their business. Obviously, insane. The company barely made it through that period. But what was interesting is there was a groundswell of support from their fans. And they knew the company was struggling because the company was very obvious and upfront about the fact that they were struggling. And some of their fan clubs asked, what can we do to help support you? And Tesla said, well, one of the biggest issues that we have is when somebody buys a brand new car, we have to spend about an hour showing them everything that's in the car because it's very different than a gasoline car. And it would be great if you guys would be willing to do that. 5,000 people showed up and did demos for Tesla, for free. I want you to think about whatever brand of car you drive, and if that company asked you to come to the dealership and help them out for free, what your answer would be. So my answer to your question is, that was an organization that had 15,000 employees at that time and hundreds of thousands of customers, and it still had that same culture. It still had that same spirit of people really, really, really care about what Tesla does. For good or bad, right? The people that buy those cars care. And so that tells me that organizations can do these things. But to quote Pablo Picasso, he said, we are all born creative. The problem is we get educated out of it. There is no kid on the planet who cannot draw something creatively. But there are a lot of adults who struggle to do that. I think that all companies are born great. They're born with passion. They're born with a purpose. But that purpose usually starts and ends right here. It's the founder. And as the company grows, they lose that part of who they are. But that's a choice.
How do consumers learn about the healing opportunities with your product?
So like I mentioned earlier, education is a huge part of what we do. So our 150 employees, we have 50 people in marketing. So a third of the company is in marketing. There are 45 people in production. And we're doing that as an investment for the future. We're planting seeds that will turn into plants a year from now. And so every year we invest more and more in education, in marketing, videos, free guides, free resources, going to events where we talk about what we do, and that has been hugely successful for us. All right. I think we got time for maybe two more questions.
How are you scaling the communication of your culture as you've increased employees, as you've got different locations? Maybe just a couple practical.
Yeah, absolutely. So the question is, how are we scaling the culture as the company has grown? So very briefly, so we have 2 facilities in Columbus. They're right next door to each other, but we have 2 facilities in Columbus, and that's about 100 to 110 of our employees work in those buildings. The other 40 are remote. Some of them are in Ohio. There's many other states where we have employees. So we have both multi-building issues, and then we have multi-state. Some of these people have literally never been in the building the entire time that they worked here. And the way I would answer that question is the same way that I said earlier. Don't default into your culture. If you're not doing something deliberately, then it's not going to happen. So for example, I'm guessing all of you have done team lunches with your team before. How many of you have done that with your remote employees, where you gave them a $25 DoorDash gift card and said, I want you to get lunch, and then I want you to sit here on the call, and we're all going to talk as if we're in the same room. These are super easy, basic things that you can do to make people feel included, because your remote staff knows the things that you're doing in person. Or if you have multiple buildings, they know that headquarters gets treated differently than they do. And they feel that. And if you're not doing something deliberate to reach out to those people, then they're going to feel excluded. One of the other things that we do is I've set a standard with all of our leaders that every meeting needs to not be just business. Tell a story, tell a joke, tell somebody about a movie that you saw. I don't care what it is. If you're not getting to know people, then you are missing the most important thing that you're doing as a leader. They say that people people join companies, but they leave leaders. They leave leaders because they feel like the leader doesn't actually care anything about them. Last night, I was interviewing somebody for a job, and she offhandedly mentioned a health issue that she was having with her son. And after we finished the interview, I spent 15 minutes talking to her about the health issue of her son, and I gave her some guidance on some things that she could do. I may not even hire that person, but in that moment, I choose how I show up, and I choose to show up as caring about people regardless of who those people are. Every person that we do business with, from our bankers to our insurance companies, to our real estate broker, to the people who handle our managed service contract, I give all of them tours of the building, and I have given almost all of them our products at various points. Because I want those people to feel like they are cared about. I want them to think of us not just as a client, I want them to think of us as a partner. And so the few things that we don't do in-house, I want partners. I don't want people who are like, I'm just providing a service for some money and then I'm moving on. All right, I think maybe one more. Is there any final questions?
For us here, what's the best way that we could support your organization? Whether you mentioned affiliates, you mentioned different things. How do you offer those that might give us some ideas as well?
Yeah, so are you asking through the lens of supporting me specifically, or more how could you do something like that in your own organization?
By you sharing, supporting how we can support you, I believe could also give us.
Yeah, so I mean, I think, like I mentioned earlier, one of the biggest things that we do as an organization is we tell everybody everything that we're doing. So people who have been following us for a while on social media, we tell people exactly what we're planning on doing. I'll just give you one example so you can realize that I am truly certifiably crazy. I believe that one of the biggest issues that we have in terms of accessibility for the things that we do is that they're not covered by traditional insurance. So when we have built the insurance program for our own company, we built it natural first. It is a self-funded insurance program, and we are very vocal with our customers. Our intent is to make that a service that we offer, to offer naturally focused health insurance. That is not a space that I have any expertise in. That is not something that any of us have ever done, but our mission dictates that's what we need to do. The number one reason people don't choose natural is because they don't know it's a choice, and the number two reason they don't choose it is because they can't afford it. And so if your insurance doesn't cover it, you will simply not do it. And I was fortunate enough 17 years ago that I had a really high-paying IT job and I could afford it. And so when the conventional stuff didn't work, I paid 100% out of pocket for everything that we did to actually solve the problem. Most people don't have that luxury. So the way that we ask our customers to support us is we just tell them those things. We tell them what we're about. We tell them what we're trying to be. We tell them who we're aspiring to become. And then we invite them to be on that journey. Every dollar that you spend with us is not just about that thing that you're buying. It's not just about getting a deodorant that's a little bit cleaner than the deodorant that you were getting before. It's about enabling a mission that actually is trying to change people's lives. I'll end with this just one quick story. This is my favorite story of anything that's ever happened in the 10 years that we've been in business. So this was about 4 or 5 years ago. We had maybe 30 employees at the time, and it was Labor Day weekend. And the entire company was off, but we had a bunch of packages that needed to be shipped out. And I went in and I was working in the facility by myself because I just wanted to get those things out. And the phone rang. And under normal circumstances, that phone call never would have been answered, but I answered the phone. And the woman on the other end of the phone was sobbing uncontrollably. I could barely understand what she was saying. It took me several minutes just to get her to calm down so I could even understand what the issue was. And turned out that she had a child that was a nonverbal autistic. So he had pretty severe autism. He had never spoken in his life. He was 8 or 9 years old. And one of her friends was one of our customers and gave him one of our products and said, I think this might help. And it helped, and he started talking. And she was at the bottom of that barrel of the product. She was almost out. And she was calling me in her most desperate moment of her entire life. My son is talking for the first time in his life. And if I don't get this stuff today, I'm worried that he might lose that. And so I'm sitting here listening to this, and everything that I believe in and all the reasons why we started this business are all hitting me at the same time. And I don't even remember what I did. I think I overnighted it to her. It's like I think I paid $50 to send her like a $20 bottle of stuff because I was just so affected by what happened. And whether you realize it or not, regardless of what industry you're in, you have the opportunity to have these kind of impacts with people. You have no idea the impact that you can have as an organization. The joke that I usually say is, let's say you make coffee cups as a company, and you could say, we just make coffee mugs. But think about how many conversations of encouragement and support, how many people got saved over that cup of coffee. It's all about your perspective. It's about saying the things that you do really, really matter, and then telling those people that they matter. I have told that story hundreds of times before, including publicly on our social media. And those are the things that resonate. Those are the things that make people want to support us. And if there are things that I said today that resonated with you, I am more than happy to share information with you, but that is not why I'm here. I'm here because I believe that this is a better way to run an organization. I believe it leads to more fulfillment for you, more fulfillment for your customers, more fulfillment for your employees, and gives you a sense of purpose that few things in life do. And I encourage you to do it in your own businesses. Thanks.
Wow, Ben, thank you. And they're truly changing the way the world sees healthcare, and that's one of their mottos. It is on the wall, but they do believe it. Well, lunch is here. We've got Panera back there, so plenty of food. So please feel free to eat, come back, and then we'll move into our next space. So thank you, guys. I'm super excited. I have actually not prepped the speakers on any of the questions, which partially was because I just wanted to see what would happen. So wanted to keep it organic. So a couple you haven't met yet is Adam Ward. He'll be speaking after this. Awesome guy. And then, where's Bill? Bill, right next to him. Yeah, Bill, right, look to right over top of you. So Bill, So Bill Montgomery, The River, and again, grateful. So thank you guys, come on up. So there's a couple mics. We don't have one for everyone, so a couple you're going to have to share. Well, so I know AI has been a topic for quite a while, and most of you, if not all of you, are using it in some regards in your businesses. And what I'm excited to hear is, without any prep, how you guys answer some of these. So let's see. Those of you that have mics, feel free to start. So where do you feel most excited and hesitant about the role of AI in the future of your business, in your organization?
I can start because I'm probably a little bit different perspective, which I think is unique in dealing with a lot of nonprofits and not-for-profits. Range one of the things most may not know. So Franklin County, Ohio, I don't know how many nonprofits you think there might be. There's over 17,000 registered nonprofits in Franklin County alone. Okay, so you talking about range from Ohio State is a nonprofit down to 2 people trying to do some ministry work. So what's really interesting to me, what gets me excited, is the efficiencies of helping scale good missions what terrifies me is that what I'm seeing from a lot of either clients or potential clients is that there seems to be this wide chasm of two different directions. So either terrified of AI and not touching it because we don't know what it is, or I will clarify they're not a client. I had a potential client that was actually putting personal protected information into ChatGPT. So I have told people, again, I think that I am more excited than I'm hesitant. I think that it is going to allow us to, it's not going to be able to replace relationships. It's not going to be able to replace vision. But I think it's going to allow people to be more efficient and effective. And so I'm excited for those that are utilizing it right now. I've seen some nonprofits that are using it as almost chatbots of getting, what you see a lot of times is because there's 17,000 nonprofits in Franklin County, 7-8 different organizations doing the same thing. And so what a lot of people do are case managers and things of that nature. And so there's some opportunity for AI there. So what terrifies me is that there's a lot of nonprofits that are not taking things like board SOPs and protocols and guidelines because they're nervous and don't know, so they're just sticking their head in the sand. I think there's going to end up being some lawsuits in the next couple of years because I think it's the wild, wild west and people are putting stuff in there. And when somebody's SOC gets put in ChatGPT, it could have some implications further.
So AI is interesting because the popularity, the hype, there's so much information about AI that we still don't even know if it's true, right? Like a lot of early AI things were really phone calls to a couple of guys in India going, I got this, and they're putting out an answer, right? It's not even real. There's so many of those things. And some of the more recent studies, let's look at scans to see if this is going to accurately detect tumors. Well, really, AI works great when you have very specific enclosed data sets. And you're answering a very specific question with, and the parameters keep getting lower and lower. I'm skeptical about, we're not reaching the singularity, right? All this kind of talk, I'm like, okay, and if you disagree and you're like hyped on that, okay, enjoy the ride, that's great. We don't need to fight or anything. But I think there's a lot of reasons to be cautious with things like, what are the ethics of, so let's say you want to democratize art and you want to use this for some reports or something like that. Well, we know that it's trained on and using proprietary work from other human artists. We know that, so there's all these things where, are we condoning a kind of theft? So there's ethical constraints on some of these things. But on the flip side, with that constrained data sets used under the right context, I'm going to give you an example of some things that I'm recommending that we do at our place. Because I think sales is a good opportunity for using AI, and there's lots of places where it works really, really well. I'll give you two examples. One is, let's just say there's some people on my team, and I'm sure this is not true with any of your sales teams, but they're not always as prepared as they could be when they're going to visit a client, right? They maybe could have done a little bit more homework to realize who are they calling on. But if you use a Google Notebook LM and you feed it, here's a bunch of YouTube videos of the client, here is the URL for their website, here's a bunch of data that if the salesperson read this, they would be prepared for the call. And what you get as a result from this is AI puts together a podcast based on the information that you fed it, so closed data set. And the human is now going to do different work. It's prep work, right? So they're going to listen to a human, at least in the ones that I've done. I don't know if there's alternatives because I just go with the default because it only does so much for me. The guy gets on the podcast, it sounds like a real podcast, and they're giving you all the information about this company, and they're telling you the story. It's super engaging. I'm like, my salespeople listen to this. They will do this. This is actionable because they got windshield time, right? They're doing it. The second place is you want a script. You want to say something that's unoriginal. anytime you have something that's unoriginal, that's like public information, AI's got great data sets on this. So write a basic sales script to do whatever. It's a fantastic place to start. Get your workflow going, get some creative juices going. You might be limited by the fact that you're using a common frame, but if that works for you, it's a great place to start. So there's a kickoff.
Yeah, I would say, we use AI quite a bit in our organization as well. And the thing that I've found that's most useful, if those of you who are old enough will get this joke, we call AI the not ready for primetime player inside of our organization. The main thing that we're using it for is rapid prototyping. So marketing says, hey, it'd be really great if our website did blank. We can have IT in 20 minutes mock up a demo of what that would look like. The code behind it is garbage. It's not scalable, it doesn't work, it makes dumb assumptions, it misspells words, whatever. But in 20 minutes, we can have a very candid conversation about, is this what you're describing to me? And we can do that back and forth 15 times if we need to. So at the point that we're actually ready to spend $20,000 to build this stupid thing, we know exactly what the business wanted. And we also use it a lot in marketing. We do a lot of social media posting. We have about, I think, 700,000 or 800,000 followers across all of our social media platforms. And similar to what Jay said, we trained it on a data set of every image that we've ever posted to social media. And so we have an image generation model that will make images in our style and our branding that would be indistinguishable from other things that we've produced. But then it allows that person to get really creative and say, well, what if the person was on the left side of the screen? What if they were on the right side? What if they're holding a baby or whatever? And they can go through a bunch of images until they hit one. They go, that's the one that somebody's going to emotionally resonate with. And then that's the one that we use. So it just shortcuts the process where they're spending all of their time refining and improving rather than spending all of their time trying to build something only to have their boss say, well, that's not what I was thinking about. I was thinking of something different.
I'd probably piggyback on kind of two of the things you guys said. Is I think research and efficiency are some of the things right now that it's very ready to do and is going to be very effective. And we're in at the radio station, we're also in a nonprofit creative space, so we want to be careful that we're not, dealing with copyright issues, that we're not stealing creators' jobs. In a faith-based nonprofit world, we want to make sure that we're not taking things out of the lane, like there's AI DJs and things of that nature. Well, I'd like the voices coming out of our radio station to have been hopefully informed by the Holy Spirit in the sense of what they're saying, and so we're that's not a world that we're looking to do, and I think from an efficiency standpoint, and these are things that I'm just learning about, but agentic AI, where you have an AI agent and it is doing tasks for you, the things that you don't have to think, and so I think in the world of an assistant, or you've got this task that is routine, and if you feed in this information, it'll fill out all this paperwork or give you all this data or take care of a page on your website. I think that's going to save a lot of people a lot of time and help us to be much more efficient. We came across a company that a friend recommended. There are, and so if you've got an AI training company that does training, there are state grants right now that'll train your workforce. We're going to start in September, and they start on, there are things that they will train, like the company we're using. They're starting with just basics and ethics, and then working from there of the things that you need. But that's available as a small business thing that the state of Ohio is doing, that is available to every business in the state of Ohio.
I guess I need to say something. So AI is like 100 different flavors. You could have generative AI like the ChatGPT. You can have large language, like machine learning, like a bunch of different things out there. Me, AI, if you're slightly tech savvy, it's an efficiency tool. You can create, analyze, do stuff just faster than you could ever do, whether it's computer vision things that you could plug in. You don't have to invent it probably. It's someone already has a startup out there that is trying to get traction. Just search for it. If you can think of it, there's probably an AI app that does it. So I cannot function in my world today without it. Every single day I use it. And I'm not talking the simple speech to text. Okay, that's actually AI based. Started using that 10 years ago. I wrote my first book, all speech to text. And so when I think of AI, you as business leaders should be thinking, what problem am I dealing with that has a potential AI solution? And just go look and try it.
It's funny, we've started to use AI even at my house, and I'll pick on my wife there in the back for a second. So I logged her into my account, and as I'm going through a few things, I'm like, wait, what's this question? What's this question? She's using it more than I am. It's been a blast. How do you put regulations or SOPs around some of the systems? And I think Jake and I were even talking about this a couple weeks ago too. You have to build safety and security around certainly the data, but then who's allowed to ask things? So yeah, what are your first steps?
Yeah, again, excuse me, coming from working through this is really timely because I'm helping a lot of groups right now, startups, nonprofits, figure out what those protocols are. So I mean, again, being able to evolve, as you talked about, so many hundreds of startups. So AI right now, I think everybody's trying to figure out what is it right now. Well, in 6 months it's going to be different, and so I think being able to get something and then evolve it as it goes. And so tangibly for me, what I'm getting nonprofits is state clearly that you're going to pull from generative AI publicly available information, and that there is a firewall, a natural barrier for any of your personal protected information. Make sure that process is crystal clear, that you do at least an annual training. Again, as in my brain, I'm thinking about the liability here in 2 years as this all blows up. But make sure that everybody on your team, from top to bottom, realizes we are pulling stuff out. So in the nonprofit world, a lot of times, everybody's looking for, those 17,000 nonprofits are all trying to get your names, your information, what you care about, what you're passionate about. And so I've had to explain to a lot of them that this is not a magic bullet that is going to tell me that Bill Montgomery loves puppies and is going to be our next $1 million donor. It can take whatever publicly information and save you time from going to 500 websites and pulling stuff and bring that together. But that firewall, I think, and those processes are absolutely key for any organization right now.
Well, to some degree, I think, and I think we should absolutely do our due diligence to do firewalls and all this stuff. But also know people are going to screw it up, for sure. I hired a guy, and I was like, hey, you're publishing these articles, the content that you make, are going to be looked at by engineers who are going to design things that if it's wrong will kill people. So we're against killing people, right? It's even in the interviewing process. It's not something we advocate for. But no matter how many times I was like, you cannot use AI, I would read his stuff and I was like, this sounds like AI. And I would call him on it and yeah, I use ChatGPT. I'm like, what part of don't use this did you not get? So whatever protocol you put into place, you need to audit that. You need to schedule an audit and have some regular conversations, because that's going to be a key part, because it's going to be tough. And if you can technologically add some firewalls, I do as much as you can to create idiot-proof barriers. That's a key thing. And then one last thing I'll mention is I would cast a vision, like get people excited about how you don't want to make them stupid. Because one of the things that happens, like, do you remember when you used to know everybody's phone number that was important in your life? Remember how that was a thing? And then, and now you don't, right? Except for maybe your wife or your kids. There's a few people whose numbers you know just because you might lose your phone someday and you got to call somebody. And, but everybody else, it's in your phone, right? You don't know. And AI has this same effect where, and they've measured this, that people lose the ability to think critically to do certain things if they lean on AI too much. So if you get them excited about, hey, this can make you more efficient, but test yourself, check it, like make it like you're going to fight against AI while you use AI, like compete against it, because I've done AI research, looked up, and I look up every footnote. You guys already know I love footnotes. When I looked up those footnotes, it's a shocking amount of things that when you read it in context, the point is the opposite of what AI cited. That missed the not at the beginning of the sentence. That's like small words can be really important. So But getting people the vision of, here are use cases, this is what to do, and I don't want you to become stupid, and here's how you can equip you. So give them some skills to keep sharp, and that will also help you stay well, right? Because we're going to imagine that the people at least moderately sane at this point.
I'm going to take a kind of a slightly different way of answering this question. One of the firewalls I think that you need to put up is telling your team whether you're going to consider replacing them or not.
Wow.
Because if you're not already saying it, they're all thinking it. And so in our world, I mentioned earlier, we have 700,000 people that follow us across social media. This is going to sound crazy. We respond to every single comment personally. Last month, it was 325,000 comments across our chat, our email, and our social media platforms. All of those are people that I employ. We have been incredibly clear with that team. We are not going to replace you with AI. Because while AI may be able to, at some point, be trusted for these kind of things, I do not want my healthcare advice trusted to an AI at this point. And our customers do not either. And so we've been very clear to our team where we draw those lines. So like I mentioned earlier, we do use it for a lot of rapid prototyping. We use it for idea generation. We use it for image generation, trained on our own data sets, different things like that. But we have drawn that line as an organization. Anything where you're talking to a customer is not going to be AI. Like, you can look stuff up, that's fine, but what is written to that customer needs to be in your own words, because they need to have trust that a person who actually cares about them is saying these things, not we grabbed it from some random Twitter post from 9 years ago and used it completely out of context.
So when we think about being 40% different and being that variance for our teams, for our families, how do you leverage some of these tools and still be authentic?
Yeah, go ahead. We'll start that way. We'll start down there.
So I had this debate. IBM Watson acquired a company I worked for about 10 years ago. And our entire debate was enhancement or replacement. So building off of your comment, Ray, your comment, if your company creates a product or a service that people want, AI will only give you capacity if used well. Mm-hmm. Your people will not have to worry about getting a job, because the capacity that you generate from leveraging it is going to be enough. So I have several clients implementing automation, implementing AI, and that is the question I get. Are we going to get fired? And so you go in and like the doctors are like, okay, so I'm going to talk this whole time. It's going to generate this. I know, not trusting healthcare. But it's going to generate their note, their medical note from the conversation they're having with their patient. No intervention required. Dumped out, spit it out. Hey, here's what happened. The doctor loves it, right? Of course, they got to do a quick scan of it, but it's like they are a doctor to take care of the patient. They're not a doctor to type in notes. Do I have any docs in here or nurses? Oh, my wife's a nurse, but. Like, that is the unburdened piece that your business can benefit from that will never be replaceable. I'm very passionate about this, Ray. No. Yeah. So if you're going to leverage AI and you have a meaningful product or service, you're only going to grow. That's all I'm going to say.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Good. Any last comments? No? Cool.
Just to say, I resonate with that very strongly, right? That's the same way that we're using it. We use it as a note taker and stuff like that because, like I'm paying people who are leaders in the organization to be in a meeting and share their ideas, not to have 19 different people all independently taking notes on what's happening and paying more attention to their notes than they are to being engaged in the conversation. And so, as a supplement, hugely valuable, but you just need to be clear that, hey, we're not replacing you. We're not looking for this thing to replace you. We just want to take that burden away from you and use it in ways that will enable you to spend more of your time doing the things that only you can do. In the same way that, like, we were actually joking earlier that the same conversation would have happened in the 70s when people were getting personal computers for the first time. right? What do you mean I'm not going to use a typewriter anymore? What do you mean I'm not going to hand type it? What do you mean that I can edit stuff on the screen? Like it was none of us remember that, but that conversation absolutely happened in the same way. And we just decided as a society where that line was. A computer was not a replacement for people. It was an enhancement for what they can already do.
Yeah, if you think about buying time, like the common theme of efficiency is like we're going to do simple things that are not making a lot of decision-oriented stuff, not content-oriented stuff, but it's like it's a time saver. Because like for example, to use the we're going to personally comment on everything. Well, one way you could buy time is you could have your little AI say, hey, we're going to have a real person respond to you. You know, kind of auto responder fashion. That would be a simple way to, you know, and you can use that as a metaphor to think of how can I use AI to buy time for people to do their job, or things that take a lot of time that aren't overly subject to hallucinations, because AI does a lot of hallucinating. So you know, as long as you avoid those things, you know, it's a safer way to buy time.
One thing I'll just add real quick. Sorry, I know that was the last comment. Is I think the world seems to be spinning a little faster. Every company, every organization is feeling like they're behind the 8 ball already. And I feel like, so on the macro level as a leader, taking a breath and feeling and trying to fight that I'm behind the times, I better hop in and use XYZ AI because everybody else is. Because I think to your point, as things get proven out, the hype train that is rolling with this, I think being able to take that breath is going to help you in the long run.
Right. The last thing I would say about that is one of the simple things, like I think about the education that your team does, and they've put all kinds of information like on your website. We've got tons of information on our website that people just call up the radio station or email the radio station. And I've got people that are taking time that they don't have to answer the questions that are already out there. AI now can create great chatbots that literally use only your website as the information and then spit that back to them. And that is an efficiency for your people, so they're not doing the things that they've already done. And it makes their lives simpler, and it makes the other people's lives simpler because they can now quickly find the information that they need.
Yeah, thank you guys. I know that was impromptu and didn't disappoint. Well done. Adam is going to be our next speaker. We'll rearrange the stage here and get rolling. Adam, appreciate you. No, you're glad you're still up here. No, this is great. Thank you for speaking. And man, we've known each other for about 4 years, and we're church together, and really has become another mentor in some of the work he's doing in large scales of businesses and transformations. And man, I'm so grateful you're here. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, and thanks, Ray, for organizing this. I know he's been talking about it for a while, and then all of a sudden now the Blues like, I got a place, we're doing it. So that's very exciting. Good afternoon, I'm Adam Ward. I've been doing innovation and process improvement consulting for businesses for about 20 years now. So at the executive level, like Ray talked about transformation, but all the way down to the frontline level. Oh, thanks. Worked in 18 different industries. So I've seen a bunch of different things. And that's kind of the fun thing about doing the work I do, is because I can see everything. I can see small businesses, tiny nonprofits, to literally I've worked with the biggest company in the world. So like there's a wide range of things that I have visibility to. So whether it's auto or aero or finance or I've seen a lot of things. So I really enjoy that. I do occasionally travel internationally, but most of my work is here in the United States. I'm trying to figure out how I can travel less in the United States and stick to more in Ohio. I am a die-hard Buckeye fan, so if you are too, we'll get along. All right, I-O. If you like TTUN, you can leave now, or you can write in your notes. Don't pay attention to Adam. My favorite thing about when I work with a client is to see them achieve breakthrough results. So, and then when they have this competence that allows them to become independent without me having to advise them. You know, you see consultant a lot of times like, well, man, how am I just going to bill this guy another year? Like, I'm working myself out of a job, and I love when the clients get it and they move on. That's just a really fun thing. My wife is a nurse at James Cancer Hospital, and they have a saying: there is no routine cancer, and there's no routine business either. Every single business is different. Every one I've been into, very different. But there are basic human principles that apply to everything. And this topic that I'm speaking on today is probably the biggest gap I've seen definitely I've been paying attention for about 10 years. But it's been in the back of my mind for about 20 years. And so I'm really excited to share some of this stuff with you. And one of my most proud moments when I'm able to do this work is when someone can be happy and apply something. So if you only have one line left in your notebook, save it for the line that you think is the most critical to you. I don't care how many notes you take. Just take one line that you can take away. And please don't let it be the passionate AI one. Okay, maybe two. You can have a passionate AI one and you can have something else. So today I'm going to cover three things, but this is get the my vision's not the same as it used to be. There we go. All right, so I know a lot of faith-based people in here. There's a verse, old proverb, that where there's no vision, the people perish. Now, in this context, if you go read the commentary, basically talks about how there was no prophecies or instructions for people, and when that happens, they have a tendency to do whatever they think is right. Right, so it's not necessarily like the people dying. It's the fact that there isn't structure that ceases to exist. So this entire thing is talking about how we can provide that structure. So I'll figure this remote out by the time that I get to the end. So three things that I want to talk about. Okay, the criticality of a clear vision and mission, how values really show up in work, and then why strategy is everyone's job. I know it's worded a little different. Those are the three things, but really quick, it's hard to see this, but this is an AI-generated image. And there's three things that are very important in that image. The top right corner is the One Ring from Lord of the Rings. In the middle is, anyone? The Enterprise, NCC 1701, right? And then in the bottom left corner, JFK. So just remember those things. First, little housekeeping stuff. Okay. Just real quick. I mean, I know we're a small group, but if you could just do these four things, then we can all be on track. And we can all gather the most from this. So first thing I want to talk about is vision and mission. I haven't been into an organization that doesn't have one of these. Either a vision statement or a mission statement, and I think they're very different. But I haven't been to an organization that doesn't have this. So if I think about Lord of the Rings, if I think about Frodo Baggins, his mission, ever since stumbling across the ring in the cave with Gollum, was what? To destroy it, right? He had to go to Mount Doom and destroy. And somehow Peter Jackson got 9 hours out of that. But his mission was to destroy the ring. JFK painted one of the most powerful vision statements ever, and it's used all over the place. Right? It talks about wanting to put a man on the moon by the end of the decade. And then that's when Apollo 11 became the first person to put Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin on the surface of the moon. Now we're going back 50 years later, 60 years later. And then the last thing. So my son recently got into Star Trek, which I find funny because I had tried to get him into it a while ago because my dad and I watched the original episodes when I was younger. But now they have this new one, Strange New Worlds, and it's very similar to the original. And if we look at, they have this, this whole thing that they're reading at the beginning, Kirk, or in this case, Captain Pike, to boldly go where no man has gone. Right? So if we're thinking about Lord of the Rings, Frodo, I got to get that ring and got to go to Mordor, put it in Mount Doom. I got to put a person on that moon. I have to boldly go where no man has ever gone. We as leaders have one primary purpose, and that's to tell our people where we're headed. No one else is going to tell us where we're headed accurately. If we're not stating it, people are figuring it out themselves. So, I'd like to think about or share a story. We've had several really cool space things happen in the U.S. over the past, going way back to early on when we were launching satellites, when we're sending people to the moon. But even now, we have a privatized company that has basically taken over launching stuff into space. And their mission, this is a wild mission. Like, this would have been sci-fi not too long ago. To enable humans to become a multi-planetary species by developing affordable, reusable space technologies. A multi-planetary species. Right? This is SpaceX. Right? They had to rescue the astronauts from ISS when Boeing failed and the Starliner broke. They're launching satellites up at such a rapid rate. If you drive to Cocoa Beach or Satellite Coast down in Florida, you can probably watch a rocket launch that day, maybe two. They're just going up all the time. And SpaceX, anyone watch one of their launches, like live on, a couple? Their team is crazy. When that lander finally comes down, when it takes off, all the different steps, they just celebrate like crazy. I have a friend of mine. I was fortunate enough that he is an employee of SpaceX. He's an engineer. He's literally a rocket scientist. And they know crystal clear what they are doing. And they are doing it better than anyone in the world. So I think about all these organizations that are out there, and everyone. I mean, literally, I can walk into the Panera Bread, right, and I can see a mission statement on the wall, probably. But when I think about the energy around SpaceX, around the team, if you haven't watched the YouTube video, just watch the celebration of a SpaceX team when the Starship lands again or when the rocket booster lands again. It's unbelievable. So when it comes to vision and mission, if we do this, ensure that it is clearly understood by everyone. Your vision and mission, clearly understood by everyone. You will attract and retain individuals who will help you get there. You think about those bums on staff that you don't want, probably not a clear vision mission. Not being able to hire the people that you want, probably not a clear vision and mission. We're not filling positions, right? We're filling world-changing organizations. None of us in here work so that we can be mediocre. The power starts with a vision and mission statement. Okay, so vision, where do we want to head? Mission, why we exist. Just a little clarification on the two. So vision would be like our destination, mission would be the road we're on. Okay, so that's the very first thing. Second thing, I want to talk about our values. So this image is an image from the French Revolution. This happened in the early 1790s. The French Revolution lasted about 10 or 11 years. I don't know, any historians familiar with the French Revolution? Anyone? I did not know this stuff. A couple of you out there. There was a period of time, about a year, that they had a reign of terror. The guillotine was heavily used. 35 to 45,000 people were executed prominently, including King Louis XVI and his wife, Marie Antoinette. It was a time where France had devolved so much that even the people coming into power basically had no rule. They just had rules for themselves, and they could do whatever they want. And they literally led with terror. And so, in the absence of clear values, and I missed the culture thing. I wish I would have been here because I'd probably be using a bunch of your stuff. In the absence of clear values, people are going to follow whatever they want. So when we talk about where there's no vision, the people perish, the values cannot be the stuff on the wall. It can't be the stuff on the wall. And on January 28th, 1986, I was walking to my classroom, which was in a mobile trailer, and they had the TV on, and it was the Challenger had just exploded. Unprecedented in U.S. space history. 17 years later, on February 1st, 2003, upon reentry, the space shuttle Columbia disintegrated. NASA's stated values: safety first, open communication. Both of those accidents were known before they happened. The vendor on the Challenger knew the O-rings could not happen, could not work properly in freezing conditions. They actually warned NASA, but because Christine McAuliffe, the first teacher in space, was on that flight, they did not delay the launch. The O-ring leaked, the Challenger exploded. Columbia took off. A piece of foam from the main tank struck the wing, exposing the aluminum under the heat tiles. Upon reentry, it burned a hole, disintegrated, they lost control, and it disintegrated. Also known at takeoff. And the entire time they were in space, they did nothing about it. So instead of safety first, it became schedule and cost. Instead of open communication, it became silencing dissent. I spend a lot of time in the nonprofit world, and you'll walk in and you'll see values posted on the wall, big banners. Go into organization, they'll have values. The true values are what people get yelled about when they don't follow it. Is it the sales team not delivering quota? Is it someone not working a certain time of the day? Is it how they respond? When we are responsible, right, for the culture that we create, and these cultures are predicated on the values that we espouse. The hardest thing for executives that I work with is for someone to fire a high performer that doesn't align with their values. I remember a project I was working on. This is early in my career. And I had no business leading this project. I don't even know why I was leading it. And I had the main guy, the guy who was kind of running the project for me, passionate, loved it, was helping out. The team was excited. About a third of the way through, started displaying some behaviors that I knew wasn't good for the team. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do without this guy. Like, he's the only one who's doing these things. He's going above and beyond. He's giving the extra 40% because he's passionate about this. I had to fire the guy, which was not an easy thing to do. Not just move him to another position, but get rid of him. One of the hardest things I did early in my career. And I was like, I don't know what's going to happen. This entire project may fail. Thousands of people may be left without this product or service that we're providing. The irony was, the team was waiting for me to do that. When they mess up initially, it's on that person. When they repeatedly mess up, it's on me as a leader. It's on you as a leader. Never had an executive say, Adam, thank you for letting me take so long to get rid of this person. And this all comes back to our values. If there's a value misalignment. So the key point on the values, reward behavior that's with values and correct it when it isn't. Period. If you can fix the person, do it. If you can't, get rid of them. It's that black and white. Your team is waiting for you to do it. You need to reward when you see the good behavior. And then if you do that, you'll create a culture where everyone knows how to act, right? If NASA had truly been about open communication, if they had truly been about safety first, we'd have 2 space shuttles that would still be in operation, and the tons of people that were affected by it wouldn't be affected by it. Last thing I want to talk about is strategy. Like, what in the world is that picture? If you haven't figured out yet, I'm a bit of a nerd. And I love space stuff. I love technology. AI's okay. This is a picture, an AI-generated picture of something called quantum entanglement. So in quantum mechanics, which is a study of really small, like atomic subatomic particles, they found this feature out that one particle can take on one state and another particle can take on the opposite state. And they don't exist in that same state at the same time. And that difference allows to communicate. And it doesn't matter by time. There's no external influence. It can be separated by space. It can be separated by, it's not apply a charge and it flips. It's that they are just working together. Now, they've created the next generation, I'll call them supercomputers. They're not really supercomputers. They're quantum computers that can solve stuff in a fraction of the time. Now, it has to be complex things. Google has a computer. Took about 3.5 minutes to solve something that would have taken a supercomputer 10,000 years. All on this alignment of this quantum particle. Now, what does this have to do with strategy? I have a client right now. Number 1 healthcare system in the world, hands down. 1 department. We need to find out, new leader came in, we need to find out what projects we're working on. 3,000 people. We had 5,500 projects for 3,000 people. And nothing was on time. Everything was delayed. Now, if you've driven through Delaware ever, you know what happens when you put too many cars on too little of a road, or any construction in Union County, or anywhere around Columbus. This is the same thing. So one of the things that we did was we said we're taking that list of 5,500 and we reduced it to 30. Well, guess what? All of a sudden, everybody was crying. Well, what about this project? Well, what about this project? Well, what about this project? The strategy had never been articulated. Ever. Ever. I interview people. They're like 20 years, 30 years they've been working at this client. No one had ever articulated the strategy for what that department was. All they did is they took the corporate 5 fancy words for the year and somehow turned it into whatever they wanted to work on. Innovation. Oh, well, I'm going to do this project. I'm going to do this project. We took those 5,500 projects. We boiled it down into 4 key things that we wanted that division to deliver. 4 things. 30 projects to deliver those 4 things. Honestly, I think 30 is too much. Next year, we're probably going to chop that down to 15. For the first time this year, when we went from 5,500 to 30 in 2025, we had more alignment between the executives and the frontline staff than they have ever seen. They know where to go. We have it publicly posted on the wall. This is our strategy. This is what's important to us. This is what we're delivering. And we're still using the organization's values. We haven't changed from the organization's vision on the needs of the patient come first. Everything is just couched, and these are the things that we're going to deliver. On average, we are seeing time reductions of about 75% in projects. from a massive, I mean, 3,000, they're not, overall organization is 70,000. So this is a tiny division in that organization. But 3,000 people, we're seeing 75% reduction in projects simply by articulating the strategy and having it aligned from the top to the bottom. So when we're dealing with strategy, it is crucial that we break them down so that everyone at every level understands it. So at the top level, it may be, here's the revenue that we need to see, or here's the net income that we need to see. At the front line, it may need to be, this is why we try to use as few materials as possible. This is why we recycle scrap. This is why we set up flow cells. This is why we do different things to eliminate waste from the system. Each individual operator can contribute to the overall strategy by it being broken down. And when we do that, everyone will know what the priorities are. It becomes clear in an instant that this skunkworks project, this skunkworks project, this personal project, they should all go away. They just go away if they're not aligned to strategy. Now, some of you may not be the top leader and you're like, I only thrive on skunkwork projects. Influence up. Make your project part of the strategy. Don't say it's not good. Prove that it's good, and then make it part of the strategy. So the criticality of a clear vision and mission. Being able to articulate it to everyone. Having values that show up and that are demonstrated. And why strategy is everyone's job. If we can do those three things, you will be ahead of 99% of the organizations that I've worked with. This is a generative AI image of a quasar, my favorite celestial body, which is essentially a glowing black hole. But anyway. So, I will take questions at this point.
You got me on the quantum physics part. That you'll have to incorporate a double split into your next stage. That's good. I don't really have a question, but I there's stuff about revels. It's good. Yeah.
So, you had said our true values aren't necessarily what we put up on the wall, but it's what we actually yell at our people about, like things that we notice and really care about. So how would you advise a small organization or a nonprofit that may need to review their values, and how would you advise that they recraft their values based on what actually comes out in practical work?
So I think it's two parts. So I don't know if everyone heard his question, but small organization, if there is conflict between the actual values and the formal values and the informal values. Number one is I would try to do some type of retreat or meeting that addresses those. To get people sticky notes, what are the values that you think we're acting out, and put them against the formal ones. I don't believe that values and vision and mission should be a democracy. I do feel like the leader should have the lion's share say in that. That being said, in a small organization, you're going to lose people or keep people based on that culling and that cleaning of the values. I think the team should decide which ones are important, and I think that they should agree, and then it should be ratified by the leadership. I know I've really simplified that, but I would say yes, go revisit it, go do an exercise, pull in the ones, debate the ones where you think is contrary to why you even exist, and then push back on that in the future. Yeah, great question. Yeah?
So in a growing organization where the vision may stay the same, but the mission may need to adjust when you're growing, how do you handle sacred cows that are in the organization?
So can you give me an example of a mission changing? Is it a complete pivot on the business model, or?
No, 50 million, and all of a sudden we're approaching 1 billion.
Yep.
So our mission has to change and adjust to accommodate the growing needs of the organization. But there's those that have those sacred cows and
Yeah.
they don't want to change or modify their thought process.
So the biggest failure I've seen in M&A is the lack of due diligence done on the culture side. And so what happens is every time we acquire, we assume that the new organization should take on whoever bought them. But we can, like, I don't know if any of you follow Unilever or Ben & Jerry's. Ben & Jerry's, very vocal organization, had a bunch of extreme things that they were pursuing this year. The CEO was just fired. And they thought it was an attack on them as an organization for firing the CEO for supporting things. And they want this, you want a company that you acquire for the reasons that you acquire them. But once you acquire an organization and that company doesn't understand the core values or mission, it needs to be re-articulated. And that would include, and I don't know how your organization's set up, but the leadership from those different acquired businesses should be in the room doing the same thing with that tiny organization did. Is this still our mission? Is this really why we exist? Is this the road that we're traveling? And if not, we need to pivot. We need to find out, what is it? Why do we exist today? We may be still trying to get to the same place, but why we exist may be different. And I don't like to revisit mission almost ever. That would be one of the exceptions with M&A, because the organization becomes so different. Yeah. Or if you completely pivot your business model. That's a great question. A lot of nuances in there, but what else? No? All right. Well, good. Hopefully you got one line tidbit. Thanks, Ray.
We're going to do our next table discussion now, and I'll see if I can bring those up here. I did not follow my timeline and went the wrong direction. So, but actually, I think this works out better, ironically. So we're going to do a second table discussion now and walk through these. We'll be back up in a few minutes. Thank you. So yeah, I guess continued feedback that seems like these are going pretty well, the table discussions. Next speaker, Bill Montgomery. Met him just a few years ago, actually through Jay, at Bible study at the river. Incredible, and I'm glad I had the opportunity. And since then, we've connected and seen each other at several different network events, and man, your team's awesome. Not only does he run the radio station with, 15 locations? Yeah, and podcaster, all kinds of stuff. So, man, he's incredible. So I'm grateful. Thank you so much for being here, Bill.
Well, as the others have said, I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm thankful to Ray when he called and told me what he was doing, and this is just kind of my heartbeat of, how can we as Christians in the business community sharpen one another, encourage one another, level our game up. I love can we be 40% better? I had not thought about that. Hey, I didn't know about the stat of 10%. But yeah, why do we want to be 10% better if we're not making a difference? And it's great walking into a room, and there's a lot of friendly faces and people that I know live this type of thing, and they're here to learn more. And then there's other people that I don't know, which is exciting to know. There's a lot of other people out here in the business community that want to do that. So I'm just very thrilled to be here. Thank you so much for doing this. In September of 1997, I got my first management job. I was 26 years old, and I got promoted to sales manager of a Christian talk radio station. I was just a few years out of college. And the reality is I didn't get promoted because I was a good manager, because I'd never been a manager. They didn't know what kind of manager I was going to be. And a lot of times in sales organizations, they just, oh, if you're a top salesperson, we're going to move you up to management. And that's often the worst thing that you can do with a lot of top performers, because they're out for them and that process. But I got promoted because my boss at the time recognized that when people had challenges, when they had questions, they came to me, and I took the time to help and solve, and I was constantly learning. And I was willing to put in the time. And so my first boss, Dan Craig, he was always looking for potential in his people and would always nurture that. And I learned that from him. I appreciated that. And so because of that, he was always training his managers. He was always training his people. He was, I think, the first person that ever took me to a John Maxwell conference. I think we saw that at Vets Memorial, which doesn't even exist as a building anymore in Columbus. But if there was a leadership conference that came to town, he partnered with it. He brought us to it. This will date me a little bit, but we would have cassette tapes of all kind of things. He used to make copies of the ones that he had, and then we'd subscribe to other ones, and we'd listen in our car to Zig Ziglar or John Maxwell or who knows who it was. We called it Automobile University. I think Zig coined that term. We had a weekly manager breakfast where he'd just give all the managers a book. We'd meet at Frisch's Big Boy, which doesn't even exist anymore, for breakfast. And we'd discuss a chapter of that. And so it was just this process of learning and growing that he really fostered in this. And then he modeled the things that we were learning in his life, which I really appreciated. He genuinely cared for the leaders on his team. He lived that life. And so the legacy that Dan left with me was to be a lifelong learner. Because I think, and you guys probably already know this, that when you stop learning, you stop growing. And when you stop growing, you stop going. And that's not, I think, anything that we want to be. And so it's with that backdrop, again, that I want to thank all of you for just even taking a busy Friday in the summer instead of golfing, instead of taking an early weekend. You're committed to learning and growing about leadership, and especially from a biblical and a godly context. I think that's important because I think we see that God honors the efforts of faithful leaders, and he, especially those that are seeking to honor him and give them the glory for what they're accomplishing and not looking to do that in their own. So I also believe that the world is conspiring against us in our growth and in our leadership, which is why this is all the more important. Paul, in his letter to the Ephesians, tells us in chapter 6 that who we wrestle against. And he says we don't wrestle against flesh and blood, because sometimes we feel like, oh man, it's this other competitor, it's this other business, it's supply chain, it's the economy, it's the political system. Nope, we don't wrestle against flesh and blood. He says we wrestle against rulers, against authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in heavenly places. Now, I'm not going down that road in any specific thing. My plan is not, how can we talk about spiritual warfare in the context of your business? I'm not even an expert to talk about that. But I think it's just a reminder that we have to be extremely intentional in our leadership, because we are going against the grain. It's not natural in this world system, and there are opposing forces that are trying to keep us from leading that way. And so I just want us to remember that we need to keep a biblical and a Christ-like perspective in what we're doing. It's funny that even as I was kind of taking my thoughts and prayers that I had and trying to kind of put this into a succinct message for today, I was feeling distractions of the multiple times I was working on that, interruptions, frustrations. The one time I really sat down to, okay, I got to do the deep work, I got to put this in, an argument with my wife developed, in the middle of that. And I just had to stop and pray and acknowledge to God that I've got to have your ability to focus to do this type of work. I can't do it on my own. And I even at that time had to compromise some of my own desire for solitude and work to realize part of my obedience to Christ right now is to go serve my wife and not serve what I want to do, because this is the time I set aside to do this. Because I can't ignore the life going on around me and not serve my wife when I'm ready to talk about how do we serve and lead in a godly way. And if I'm not doing that in that time, and I'm thankful for God that he even gave me that perspective instead of, what might normally just be, well, now I'm mad, and now I got to put this dumb lesson together and, do those things, the self-talk. So I just appreciate even the perspective that God gave me as I was putting this together, that it's hard, and we are constantly battling that. So in the time that we've got, and I'm thankful that you're still here, I want to just share with you 3 keys that I believe are important for godly leadership. What I love is that these are interwoven through the things that we've already heard today, and there was just so much I could have been amening from so many of my friends here that have spoken before me. Because the reality is there's no shortage of disciplines we need. These aren't the 3 magic ones, or if you master these 3, there's so many more. But this isn't an exhaustive list, but I really feel like these are 3 things that God has been impressing upon me regularly, or that I've been seeing a need for in the culture around us. And so my prayer has been, and is even now, that this is what God wants for all of us to hear today, and that it's going to benefit us as we or it would benefit me as I'm trying to learn at the same time. I think you probably all know this. If you want to learn something really well, teach it, because you really have to do the deep dive to get your brain around it and to see what you want to do. And so that's kind of my goal today is I'm going to share some things with me, and I hope you benefit from that. But the first key, and this is probably something even a few years ago I would have never said, is like the key to godly leadership. And this is just, I'm on the very beginning, hopefully, of a long journey on this. But the first key is prayer. And I'm starting with prayer because I'm finding that, especially over the last 6 months, that's the one that God is putting in front of me the most, and also the one that I need to practice the most in. I grew up in a Christian home. With parents that were sincere, godly people, had authentic, growing relationships with God. I was initially a missionary kid here in the U.S. Then I was a pastor's kid. I attended Sunday school, Awana, if you've heard of that, a youth church program. I was in prayer meetings. I was in youth group. Generally, we were the first in the church. We were the last to leave. If the doors were open, our family was there. Anybody grow up like that? Know that life? I know there's always several in the room that go, oh yeah, I was there. I might still be there. I led small groups. I taught big groups. Even from the time I was in high school, was teaching junior church. I stacked chairs, set up tables, organized men's ministry. There was even a brief hiatus in my career that I left the business world, and I was a children's family and men's pastor for about 2.5 years. So with that backdrop, I could never understand, why have I always continually struggled with the discipline of prayer? Shouldn't that just be normal and natural and just something, well, God, I'm around you all the time and I'm trying to do this stuff. Why am I struggling with prayer? I've heard it, I've seen it, I've recommended it, but I've never been personally faithful and consistent in it, to my own shame. And that really troubles me. And since the end of last year, God has really been pressing on me gently, as he does, kindly, consistently, directly, from every angle, multiple conversations, random podcasts, random sermons, random emails, notes from coworkers, webinars. I got to go to Zimbabwe in January with Cure Hospitals, one of the organizations that we do some fundraising for. And right there on the wall in a hospital in Africa as one of their core values, shout out to their core values there, Adam, but it was faithful in prayer. I thought, God, I'm coming to Africa. I'm still right there, right in my face. You're putting this out to me. And so I'm trying to start listening. And one of the biggest catalysts that really began the journey of, okay, what's the solution to this? There's a group called Mission Increase that does some nonprofit training for nationally, but especially here in Columbus. And they had a guy by the name of Ryan Skoog that did a webinar and just started talking about his prayer. And his dependence on prayer that he talked about was more like somebody talking about breathing and eating. Like, you don't do this without it. And that was really powerful to me. So I kind of got confronted with his book, Lead with Prayer, that was also written with Peter Greer, who's written some other amazing stuff out there that's been very challenging, and Cameron Doolittle. So I got a copy of that, had been reading through that, been in some groups with that. But in the introduction to this book, there was a couple things that really hit me and that were super convicting that I want to share with you. Prayerlessness is detrimental for a Christian, but it is death for a Christian leader. That hit me pretty hard. Neglecting prayer is not just disastrous for leaders, it is disastrous for organizations too. Just as plants eventually wilt without water, an organization that is not refreshed and nourished by prayer will grow lifeless and lose its vitality. Well, I thought, I don't want to live a life aiming toward death, and I don't want to lead an organization that is lifeless, so I better figure out how can I get living by prayer. A final quote from the introduction. All of heaven's resources are available every moment when we stop filling our busy lives beyond capacity in order to be filled with his life. Stop pursuing our agendas to receive his guidance and stop our running to take time to walk with him. And man, that felt like a description of my life. God, I'm so busy doing stuff for you, I can't possibly stop and take time to pray. I got all this stuff I got to do for you that he didn't ask me to do. And so I want to be careful just in my comments today, number one, that I don't try to, for me, implement everything that I've barely been doing for years, because I think if you've ever started doing something and you try to do all of it, you know, that it's kind of that New Year's resolution syndrome. Oh, I'm going to get healthy, I'm going to get started, I'm going to get going, and then by day 3, you're like, I'm quitting. This is ridiculous. I'm really tired and sore, and I'm going to sleep in, and that was dumb. The likelihood of failure is very significant when you try to implement every possible thing that you learned. Again, what Adam said, write down one thing. If you can do one thing, you're probably going to be way ahead of the game. And I also don't want to take my current realization and take everything that I'm taking in and try to share it with you and make you feel like, wow, I just drank from a fire hose and now I've got all this stuff that I've got to go do. That doesn't work, and I'm hoping you'll just, again, pick up one thing. Or two things, or maybe start a journey, or maybe add one thing and share with me some things that you've been doing, because I know there's people in this room that are well on this journey. I'd love to hear from you. I don't want to start by giving the impression that I've never prayed, or I don't pray, or I'm against prayer. None of that's true. I just realized I have never given it the proper prioritization in my life. It's funny, as I went looking, one of the disciplines in here was talking about a prayer journal. And I found a journal. In fact, I found 2 prayer journals that I've started and used at different times in my life. And I was like, wow, the last prayer request in here is like over a decade old. So it's been a little while since I've written some of this stuff down. But I have, amazingly, over my life, I've seen God answer small prayers. I've seen God answer impossible prayers. Yet somehow, even with the realization, and maybe we're all a little bit like, in the Old Testament, children of Israel will see God do this amazing miracle, and then 10 minutes later, we're like, where's the food? What are we doing here? And so I continue to fall woefully short, and so I've got to live with much more intentionality. So here's some thoughts on prayer that I'd like to leave with us that I've kind of culled from this that I just thought were some really good things. And the first thing there is to prioritize prayer. Time in prayer grows your joy in prayer. I had to get my mind around that a little bit. Okay, the more I do this, the more joy I'm going to take it. And I thought of my journey of running. I'm a runner, or I run. I don't know how you would say that, albeit slowly and whatever. I'm not trying to win races. I'm just trying to keep my ability up to maybe have pizza and donuts once in a while. But when I first started the journey, I used to play recreational basketball, and that was a lot of fun. And then just time and availability became a problem, and I still wanted to exercise, and so I thought, well, I'll take up running. And I think for 2 years, I hated it. Like, I did not like it at all, but I had to do something. But I found that with that consistency, and you add in some different things, hey, I'm going to add these races, and now I've got camaraderie with people, and they give you a cool medal, even though I was the 700th person to come across the line, and there's a cool t-shirt, and there's a culture, and all these things. You begin to find joy and fun and passion, and now where 3-4 days a week, I'm just leaving the house, running out the front door by myself. It's something that I need to do. I crave that. And I equate that to that the more you spend time in prayer, the more connection that you're going to have with God, and the more joy you're going to find in that. And some days, even with running, I go, boy, I'm not feeling it today, but I know I need to do it. And I think prayer is that same thing. Sometimes, boy, I don't feel that connection with God, but I still am going to continue. I'm going to prioritize this and make it a practice. I love one of the sections in here. Joy or spiritual awe changes your brain. and this is fascinating to me, and I'll just read a little excerpt from here. The University of California, Berkeley did a large and expansive study on the effect of awe in our brains, particularly spiritual awe, something Christians would call the joy of the Lord. When humans experience transcendent awe, synapses fire in our brain, causing us to be measurably more humble, more patient, more connected to others, more kind, more generous. We also experience increased critical thinking, better moods, a decreased sense of materialism. And I love this statement. It's like awe in worship literally leads to the fruit of the Spirit in our lives, and it's scientifically measurable. It's almost like God designed us for that. Who would have known? But these qualities help us lead like Jesus and make us a blessing to those we lead. So this prioritization of prayer is actually going to make us more like Christ, which is what being a disciple is and what we're trying to do in our Christian life, the ultimate goal there. One other part of prioritizing prayer is we need to slow down and waste time with God. That's a phrase that they champion in here, and I won't spend a lot of time on it. But when we think about the busy life and all the things that we're doing for God, and even if we've got to pray, I've got my 7 items that I got to make sure I pray about, and then I'm going to move on with my day. And this concept of wasting time with God in the way that we might spend time over a cup of coffee with a good friend or, you know, a child or something. And it's like, even now, that concept, when I think about it, I go, oh, I get it. And then the whole day goes by, and it's like, I thought I was going to do that today, and I didn't, because it just is, it's counter to the American way, it's counter to the entrepreneurial culture, it's counter to all the work things that we do, but it's something that we have to do. And so some of the practical ways that you can do it, go on a walk with God. You know, hey, I'm just going to go on a walk. In fact, I did it the other night when I took a run. I just was dealing with a number of things, and hey, I don't have to learn from a podcast this run. I can actually just talk to God and listen and think and pray. And so they even talk about it. It's one of the hardest things to do, but it's also the most valuable, which is probably, why that is anything worth doing, typically is very difficult to do for us. Number 2, thoughts here is engage in a variety of prayer practices to grow in relationship with God and begin to model a life of prayer. Couple things in here. Number 1, practicing the presence of God. That again can be a little bit of a tricky concept, but when you understand, in our Bible that, hey, we have the Holy Spirit living in us. We read about that in Acts in Pentecost when the Holy Spirit came to reside us in it. And if you are a follower of Jesus, you have the Holy Spirit living in you. So practicing the presence of God is just recognizing God is already there with you. And let me hear from him. Many times I'm too loud and I'm too busy and I'm too noisy to listen to him, but I need to do that. And I need to keep that as an ongoing conversation. So even if I start my day in prayer, it's kind of like I make that FaceTime call, just leave the call open. God's there all day long. I can interact with him, talk with him all day long there. I think also postures of prayer can be helpful, whether I'm standing, kneeling, lying down, whether, in some things the way I'm praying or thinking, I might want to have my hands up, or I might want to be trying to let some things go and have my hand down, things that will help my body tell my mind what I'm trying to accomplish. I thought was really good. Some other things, praying scripture. There are some great prayers that already exist in our Bible. The disciples asked Jesus to teach them how to pray, and he did, and we can pray that. Jesus, in John 17, prayed for his disciples and future thinking for us to the Father. We can pray that prayer for other people and for ourselves. The Psalms are loaded with prayers that we can, not use as I read a psalm, I've prayed, but as a thing to meditate and think on. We also, and this kind of goes back to wasting time with God and practicing the presence of listening. It is, I don't know about you, my mind is constantly going. And to the concept of sitting and listening for God to speak, and I will tell you, and if you are different than this, I'm thankful for that, but God doesn't audibly speak to me that I've heard yet. I would love for that. I'm asking for it, but, like on decisions, hey, God, I'd be really nice if you just tell me, what you'd like me to do here. But just even sitting and listening and practicing that wisdom and what does God bring to mind? Does he bring to mind people to pray for? Does he bring to mind scriptures? Does he bring to mind thoughts? Doing that is another prayer practice that's difficult. And then last, repentance. Oftentimes, it's that we've created barriers in our lives of sin that we've committed or things that we've done that is blocking that communication. I was not hoping as I prepared this to have a personal example to share, but one happened this week that we were in a meeting with some of our leaders and we were referencing one of our employees. And the joking got a little too personal and a little too serious. And we moved on with our conversation. And one of my leaders on our team sent a note out to us in a group message later and went, I'm feeling really convicted about what we did there. And I think we crossed a line. And I wanted to apologize to you guys. I shouldn't have participated in that. And I wanted to hold us all to account of what we did. It's like, oh, yeah. And number one, I'm grateful that I've got people on my team that are happy to go to the other leaders of the team and go, we crossed a line. And to a person on that, you're right, repentance for all of us and an apology, and to hold ourselves to a standard that we're not going to do that because that's not how we want to behave. And so that thought of, okay, God, is there something that I'm not even thinking about that I need to repent for? And then last, and this is something I think as leaders in organizations, again, whether you're at the top, somewhere in the middle, I think there's ways in here that you can do all of this. But invest in building a culture of prayer, multiplying prayer in your organization. And they spend a lot of time in here, but let me give you a couple thoughts. Number one, allow for prayer as part of the workday. That is kind of a different way to think. And by the way, I recognize I'm at a faith-based nonprofit, and you go, sure, that's really easy for you to allow prayer, time for prayer in the workday. That's what you do. There's many great examples in here where people are not necessarily part of organizations like that, and you may have to think, critically and strategically and creatively on how you do these things, but it may be, hey, before these big decisions, I'm gonna just set some time aside and I'm gonna personally pray, and I'm gonna do that in the workday. And if I've got people on my team that I can allow do that, I'm gonna give them that freedom as well. Maybe you can make prayer a key part of meetings, either prior, during, as an open or a close. We do that. You could even, in an organization, give a moment of silence or just some time for reflection. And handle it that way. I don't want to pretend to give any sort of legal counsel. I realize in private companies you probably have some degree of freedom of what you can do versus a public company and what's going to cross HR. But there are ways to do a lot of these things. Another is to gather consistently to pray. And I know that inside even big public companies, they will organize. They allow all kinds of meetings to take place as long as they're not on people's work time, and they allow lots of things. If you want to have a prayer meeting, a Bible study that's not on people's work time, almost any company will allow for that, as long as, again, it's open and you're willing to do that. But gathering consistently to pray with your people or with a group of people in your company is a great way to do that. You can have a prayer team that is praying for you. That was a kind of a revelation in there. It's like you feel like, oh, they're praying. We've got prayer teams praying for missionaries, and we've got prayer teams praying for our pastors, and we've got prayer teams praying for this. But if you're making critical decisions and big things, and you want to invite God into that, why can you not have a group of people that you can reach out to? Go, I'd sure love for you to pray for me for this key decision, for this big meeting, for this leadership retreat, for this challenge that we're having. Even if you don't share what the challenge is, you need to keep that private. But just praying for you, I think, is an amazing thing to do, to develop a prayer team for yourself. And then ask people how you can pray for them. And then do it and follow up. I think we've all had that person that, oh, how can I pray for you? And then you'll never hear about it ever again. But follow up with them, ask them, shoot them a text. There's nothing like getting a text from somebody that says, I've been praying for you today about that. Oh, I've got a guy that does that in a Truth at Work group that I'm in, and it's just, I can't tell you how much that hits me every time he does that, to go, man, you took time out of your day to bring my thing to God. I will take that anytime you want to do that. I feel like I'm already kind of giving you the drink from the fire hose, so I'll stop giving you 38 different ideas. But my hope is that we all can be growing from wherever we're at and take the next step wherever God has us on that journey. There's a great podcast that Ryan does that distills a lot of the concepts from this that I'd be happy to share with you if you see with me. And then I've bought a bunch of these. I've given them to our leadership team. I've given them out to other people. It's a great book. I highly recommend it. The second key, so the first one being prayer, the second key that I want to talk about, and it was funny because it came up in our small group discussion, and I love that, is humility. And that as leaders, we have to be humble. Don't take that as we can't have positions of authority, we can't have strong opinions, we can't have good ideas, we can't be up in front leading our people. I'd love to read an excerpt from a college friend of mine, David Bates, from his forthcoming book, Engineering Wisdom. Just a quick aside, it's not available yet. In fact, I discovered it just discovering some posts from him on LinkedIn, and we kind of reconnected, and I became a beta reader for his book, and I thought it was fantastic. And if you're interested in something like that, I'd love to connect you because he's still looking for a few more people to go through that. But I loved what he said here. He says, highly respected leaders recognize they do not know it all, or even most things, in spite of the fact that they have achieved a high level of mastery. They recognize there is always more to learn. To these leaders, it does not matter how well they've developed their skills or how many life experiences they've collected. These leaders rarely worry about who has the most knowledge. They focus on the value of knowledge and its potential application more than the age, ability, or life experience of the person who offers it. When was the last time you saw an older, more experienced person tell a younger person something like, "I'd never thought of it that way"? True humility is not a modesty put on for show over arrogance, like an expensive pair of shoes that hide threadbare socks. It's also not a lack of confidence. These respected leaders do not see a lack of knowledge or a differing perspective as a threat to their status or position. In fact, curiously humble leaders see these empty spaces as opportunities for lifelong learning. The resulting acceptance of new possibilities fuels their leadership posture. He used that book, that phrase, curiously humble leaders, throughout his book, and I thought, what an inspirational and aspirational phrase, that we would be a curiously humble leader that says, I'm ready to learn from anybody in my company, I'm curious, I'm asking questions. What a posture, I think, that would really encourage the people around us. I think contrasting that is what we have seen both, I think, in a lot of Christian leader spaces. We also see it in business leader spaces, and even, I don't think there's even been a difference between, those that might be quote unquote Christian companies, although again, I don't think a company can be a Christian. I think there's just Christian people. But we have seen lots of falls by people, and they make the headlines over and over and over. And their scandals have ruined their ability to have a positive influence for Christ with the people that they lead. And it frankly helps many people that otherwise might have had a different perspective to see God or Christianity in a positive light. And I regularly hear stories of business leaders that are professed Christians that create workplace tension, strife. They act no different. In fact, they're not 10% different. They're maybe 20% worse than what you might see. I've always been amazed. I have heard Simon Sinek. I've read a lot of his stuff. I've heard him on even some Christian leaders' podcasts. And he is not somebody self-described that would describe himself as a Christian. So I'm taking his description. I hear some of the most thoughtful, spiritual types of ideas from him. And I'm like, where did this come from? This is amazing that again, God's truth is everywhere. But why are Christian business leaders not thinking this way? It takes somebody else that is. But I'm always amazed by that. But I think a lot of that is, due to many things, sin and other things, but is due to a lack of humility. Because when you abuse your position, when you abuse your people, when you abuse your authority, that all goes back to a lack of humility. I have a brother-in-law who has been an editor for Christian publications for 30-some years. He got a new job with a new Christian company. They hired him, and then they placed him. This person was not a part of his hiring process. They placed him under a younger editor who had almost no experience compared to what he did. So as they would work on projects together, he would share thoughts, ideas, experiences, and all of them were the wrong ideas and the wrong thoughts and the wrong things, and they were all the things that he's been doing as a professional for many years. But then later he would see some of those ideas pop up in other meetings and in other places as this individual's ideas. And they were the things that he was told to think. And then a little bit later, HR let him go because he was difficult to work with. But they had no real examples of what those things were. Now, there could be many other things. I'm not a part of that story. I don't know. But it seemed like an example to me of somebody that was just intimidated by somebody under them. And rather than show humility and choose to learn and go, I've got the smartest people on my team, said, I can't live under this type of stress and pressure, and I see it as stress and pressure, not a blessing that I've got somebody with this kind of knowledge, and so I would rather just dismiss them from the organization. And those type of decisions, hurts people's lives, their livelihood, and shows that you don't see value in other people. Another ancient wise business leader, Jewish business leader, I loved that Adam, as you showed that, the Apostle Paul, speaks clearly of this in his word to the Philippians, the church there. He says, do nothing from selfish ambition or conceit, but in humility count others more significant than yourselves. Let each of you look not only to his own interests, but also to the interests of others. And then a leader that he was following that had an extraordinary amount of humility, Jesus Christ, I think you've heard of. Paul goes on to describe Jesus' level of humility in the next part of this. He says, have this mind among you, which is yours in Christ Jesus, who though he was in the form of God, did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but emptied himself by taking the form of a servant, being born in the likeness of men. And being found in human form, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to the point of death, even death on a cross. That's a pretty graphic example of humility that I am hopeful none of us in this room likely have to experience. But I think we can easily take on the thought of how do I see others as more significant than myself? How can I live and lead in that posture? And here's a couple practical ways that we can practice that, is that we can see everyone made in God's image. And I think it's easy to see some people as made in God's image, but when we think of everyone, do we see all of our employees, even the difficult ones? Do we see our coworkers? Do we see our vendors? Do we see our competitors? Do we see the people that we don't like, the annoying family members? Do we see them as made in the image of God? Because I hope when we begin to do that, and boy, that is an ongoing, constantly reconditioning of your mind to do that, it changes your perspective, because it's really difficult to look down on somebody that you see as an image bearer of God. And if I know who I am, and I know that I'm somebody that's fallen short, but I'm also an image bearer, I realize I'm not any better than any of them. Paul gets real personal to the members of the church in Corinth that he was writing to. He says, do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor men who practice homosexuality, nor thieves, nor the greedy, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. And such were some of you. That last line feels a little aggressive. Such were some of you, and I'm reading that as such were some of me, and you're thinking, well, I wasn't that bad. I mean, I haven't killed anybody. I haven't committed adultery, except Jesus held us to a little bit of a higher standard when he said, oh, did you have anger towards your brother? Oh, well, then you already committed murder in your heart toward him. Oh, did you look lustfully at that person? Well, then you've already committed adultery in your heart. So I guess such am I. And so who am I to judge, that other person and not see them in God's image? So what are some practical ways I can lead and live in humility? Like be the last in a meeting to speak, or give credit to others' ideas, or hire people smarter than me or you and elevate them. Apologize when you're wrong, sometimes publicly. Stay until the work is done. Pick up the trash. Be a great listener. Pray for people. Little callback to our first point. Simon Sinek, one of his book titles is, I think, one of those great things, Leaders Eat Last. How can you model, those types of things? And then one final key beyond prayer and humility, and that's serve. Serve your people. This past year, I started a podcast, which some have accused me of just another way to be drinking coffee. It takes place in coffee shops. It's called Brewing Better Leaders. In fact, I've got a season 2 coming out this fall. One of my friends in the room, Renee, is going to be on that podcast. So and that was not the point of this to promote my podcast, but Brewing Better Leaders on YouTube or wherever you find your podcasts. And because I've talked to some people out in the marketplace that are Christians that are pretty smart on just getting their thoughts on leadership and character traits in leadership. And I talked to Roy Hall, Clark Kellogg, Michael Redd, Danny Ortiz, Brent Long, Ryder Orazio. You may recognize some of those names. All high-quality leaders with local or national platforms. But it was interesting because without asking them or telling them, virtually all of them had serving people as a highlight of one of the things that they talked about in the podcast to a person. And they just found that as very important. That is what was their heartbeat. If you want to be a leader, this is how you are a leader, is serving people. We first see it in how Jesus modeled service to the disciples. I think we all know how he did that. Not a thing that we want to probably ever do. He washed their feet. And as you're probably aware, something in that culture as you walked around in sandals and a lot of dust, maybe you felt that as you drove in here today. But the servants in that culture washed a lot of feet. But the rabbis and the teachers, which is what Jesus was viewed at in that culture, were not the people washing people's feet. In fact, they didn't touch people's feet. They would have been the last people to do that. And that's what Jesus chose to do because he showed a different and a better way as he continued to bring his upside-down kingdom to the earth. And so again, I don't think any of our employees are even wanting us to start a foot washing service. I'm not going to advocate for that. But I think there are other examples of serving people that you can do. It's interesting. We do a couple times a year on-air fundraising in our building. We set up a phone center in our basement. We bring in volunteers and our staff. We serve meals because we're doing it from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. for a week. And so we get a lot of trash down there. And so it's, hey, we got to be taking trash out constantly so it's not backing up down there. So just, hey, if the trash can's full, empty it. So one day I just grabbed the trash bag and I'm carrying it outside. And one of our volunteers who we love, she literally takes a week of vacation 2 or 3 times a year to volunteer and answer phones and be there. She stopped me and she was almost in tears. And she's like, thank you for taking out the trash. Now, I'm a pastor's kid. And I mean, I have taken out trash my whole life. That's just like one of the things, like if you want to know my highest skill, it's probably taking out the trash. That's what I'm really good at. And if my dad ever knew I was not taking out the trash, even to this day, I would be in a lot of trouble because that's just, what we did. And so I was doing nothing other than a Tuesday, but to her, and she just thanked me for doing that and for modeling that. And I thought, why is that such a big deal to you? She said, in any organization I've ever been in, I have never seen a leader model anything that looked sacrificial to the people. And I thought, what a horrible thing to say just as a person that in the culture, you've never seen a leader in your organization model anything like that. And so that's just a sad picture of so many leaders that we don't ever want to be like. And that doesn't mean you have to take out the trash in your organization, but it's just, what am I modeling that's sacrificial? I think again, back to my first boss, Dan Craig, and we moved into a building where there was an underground parking spot. And in the summer, you don't care so much, although you're president. But in the winter, that's a big deal in Ohio. Or in the spring, that's a big deal in Ohio. And he could have taken that. I don't think anybody would have blinked, but he didn't. There was a drawing every month for the decade that I worked for him of you can get the parking spot in the basement. It's just something that belongs to the company and everybody gets to rotate through that. And that was serving. And I contrast that with another boss that I had who he would come in. I saw him do this for the 2 years that I worked there on Good Friday, and he was exuberant. And this was at a Christian radio station, but we also had a number of non-Christians for some of the things we did that worked there in another city. And he would say, hey, folks, I'm going to go to our Good Friday service at our church at noon, and I'd encourage all of you, why don't you just take the rest of the day off and enjoy, which seemed like a wonderful blessing of service to the people. Except, on Fridays at a radio station, the vast majority of people are doing work for Saturday, for Sunday, and for Monday. It's their busiest day of the week. He didn't tell them days ahead so that they could prepare. He would just do it that day and then walk out, and you would literally watch people furious and thinking, you just gave me a gift that I cannot receive, and you think you've done the most wonderful thing for us, and you've done nothing for us. And it was just the lack of self-awareness even that he did that, and sadly he modeled that in many other ways. And so this was not one isolated thing; it was a pattern. But it's thinking of those things, and so what are things that we can be doing that would show people serving that are simple, like grabbing your people their favorite drink when you're at a coffee shop, saving somebody else the closer parking spot, volunteering to stay late to help complete a project. Honoring publicly somebody's accomplishments, or even writing them a note and congratulating them for something they earned, or making a comment on their LinkedIn post, or posting something about them. I one time, again, this is in another of my skill sets, like taking out trash. I had one of our salespeople that's a single mother. She was talking about her daughter going back to school, and she needed to get her some new shoes because all her old shoes were dirty. I said, well, bring them in. And she brought in shoes, and I'm a little bit of a shoe nerd. And I was like, oh, I'll just take those home and clean them and bring them back. And she was elated. And I cleaned like 6 pair of shoes, and it took maybe an hour. It wasn't anything big, but it's like, hey, you found a need, you could serve that need, and that's all people are looking to have happen. Ask for feedback from your people and then act on it. Do what you say you're going to do. That's sometimes a hard one. Do what's best for the company and not what's best for you. That's sometimes difficult, or even to think, how is this decision going to impact the company, not just how is it going to impact me? So when you become a leader that's known for prayer and known for humility and known for serving, you're going to be a leader that first and foremost honors God, and secondly, you're going to be a leader that your people respect. I just finished reading another book that's really short, really good, The Way of the Shepherd by Dr. Kevin Lehman and Bill Pentak, 7 Secrets of Managing Productive People. And it's kind of a management fable, kind of like a Patrick Lencioni book. And the wise teacher in this is educating his student that's just gotten, his MBA student, on a job where he's going to be managing a group of 9 people. And he makes an incredible statement that I want to end with that I believe is so true. And this is what he says. He says, the people in your department are all going to ask themselves 2 questions. First, does he know what he's doing? And second, can I trust him? Even if they answer the first question with a no, they'll forgive you if they can answer the second question with a yes. Prayer, humility, and serving all create an environment of trust. So go be that humble person of prayer that is always seeking to serve your people, and you are going to honor God in all that you do. Thanks. Oh. And I guess I stay right here for some Q&A, and would welcome any questions that you guys have. Please, David.
The Lord's given my wife and I that might help people in praying together, as categorizing prayer. Like maybe Sundays you're praying for your business as you go into the week. Maybe another time you're praying for family, another time you're praying for government, another time you're praying for church leaders, and yada yada. But if you think of what those categories are, those are good targets, and it's an easy way to be praying together.
Thank you. I love that. That's perfect. It's kind of like having a strategy for prayer might be a way to be more effective at prayer, than just winging it, which I think is what I've tried to do, which has gotten me where I've gotten to. So thank you for sharing that. That's fantastic. And this would be, you can do questions or thoughts to things that I said. I'd love that as well. If we can all benefit from just something that you've done, man, this would be a great time to share that. Please.
Yeah, I really like that asking for feedback one. That's something that I do. We have one-on-ones with all of our employees every other week or so. And I always at the end of those reviews and time I ask for feedback. after listening to Jay, I think I'll start asking for feedback.
It's like, no, really. That's good. That's good. I agree with that practice. People have to trust that you really want their feedback, and that's excellent. Please, Jake. It is called The Way of the Shepherd by Dr. Kevin Lehman. And I thought there's some great simple stuff if you're just looking for something easy to read with a team with some really great practical principles. That's a really good one. Anyone else? All right, thanks.
Thank you. We'll move into our last section, which is last kind of group fireside chat up here. And at the end of that, I actually do want to open up general questions that you can ask any of us up here. And yeah, very cool. So come on up, we'll reset here. In light of the 40% difference, I'm grateful that all of you have weaved that throughout your conversations. That's been awesome. What's the best piece of leadership advice that you would give to us to get to that delta, to get to that change?
I can start. Yep.
Lead us off.
All right. Yeah. So I think this really makes me think of one of the best pieces of advice I ever got. So again, I started in sports. My first job after I got done playing sports was for a gentleman who gave me some great advice, told me to get out of sports, but regardless, I didn't heed that for a couple years. But one of the things that he told me, this is a gentleman that at the time I had nothing to offer him other than work. He was very, very accomplished, but he was always very kind. He took a huge interest in me as an individual, my goals, my family, everything like that. And one of the things I asked him, I said, you are incredibly kind to everybody. You take an interest. And he said, Brian, a couple things. One, it makes good business sense. He said, two, because you just never know, in 20 years, I might be looking for a job from you. I may have you as a vendor. And he said, two, it's the right thing to do as a Christian person. We're not viewing people as employees, as levels, as things like that, but we are all people made in the image of God. So fun story to wrap that full circle was with a large healthcare system in Charlotte, and we had a massive need. Well, this gentleman had moved on to a new company, and guess who I gave that bid to? So 20 years later, it did come full around. And so again, that's not the point of it, but it does come around sometimes. But I think that's the big thing is as we view people, sometimes it's really easy in the hecticness of our world to say, okay, that person can add value to my life or they can't. And so instead of, oh my goodness, sorry about this. Instead of viewing people as those that can add value and those that can't, starting with that image of everybody being made in the image of Jesus. Sorry, I can't have microphones.
Why can't we have nice things? So I don't know if it's the best tip, but it's up there. And some of it comes from the idea that in many ways, leadership is not a position. It's not something that, because the people who are a leader in position only, everybody hates that guy, just saying. They're like, oh, I have to do what you say, But the other person who's a leader is the person who we want to follow them, right? There's something about that where we go, aha. And I think there's two pieces of that I got as advice, but separately, but really it started to work for my mind when I put them together. And one is that's about character in the sense of we really lead out of who we are. And if that's the case, then the model for developing leadership should be the model that we have for developing character. The model that we have for character, and I would argue for what's called a virtue ethics perspective of character development. That the way we become a good person, you can't get like the perfect set of rules that help you become a good person, right? Sketching out every rule and, here's the magic 8-step system and things like that. It's not that those things can't be, aren't helpful, but it's not magic. Nothing works quite that well. But rather, a good heuristic, a good rule of thumb is we become better when we say, what is it that the good person would do? And it's easy from a Christian perspective because we say, what would Jesus do? What would he do if he were me in this context, right? And this is where you're really making a withdrawal from all the deposits of the time that you've spent in the Bible, listening to God, trying to understand his word, applying those things. And you really start to become like him because you're trying to say, you're really making decisions on that basis. And then the second thing that I started to combine was, because it's not enough just to be a good person to lead. That's like a prerequisite, that's important, that's the base. But part of what gets you the action is that you inspire. You do something to go, you can do this. I believe in you. Let's go. We're going this direction. Here's the direction. And there's a quote from, I'm going to try to say this right. I'm not a real French person, but it's Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. And he said, and I'm going to paraphrase here because, that's what we do. But he said, if you want to get people to build a ship, the last thing you do is pass around a bunch of to-do lists and, project management and all that stuff. Instead, you teach them to long for the sea. And then they'll all build the ship. They'll do whatever it takes because they've got this vision and they want it, right? It affected their wanters. And so something about the leadership that becomes effective that I've noticed in my life is that when I've led well, it's not only because I wanted it, but I wanted it so much, I loved it so much, it was contagious. And they wanted it too. And they got a vision for it. And it wasn't like I had to do this, it wasn't this big skill. It just seeped out of me, And so it's like, how do you lead in such a way where you get that vision and you want it, you love it, it affects your heart. So that's it.
I think it's just two simple phrases kind of that piggyback on those, and I think those underpin them. Or one of them I stole from Zig Ziglar that just says, you can have everything you want in life if you just help enough other people get what they want. And obviously there's a lot of nuance to that and some scriptural underpinnings, but when you have the mindset of helping people achieve what they need to achieve, you're ultimately going to be able to achieve what you want. And then I think you've got to, in that process, work on yourself. There was a sales trainer that we used to use quite a bit, Chris Lytle, and he would say, your clients get better when you get better, and your clients are rooting for you to get better. And I think that's the same thing as your people get better when you get better, and your people are rooting for you to get better.
Obviously, agree with what's already been said, but I think the thing that I would add would be authenticity. So I have often imagined what things will be like after I die. And one of the ways I imagine that is I'm having a conversation with God and he says, have you done well? Like, did you do what you were supposed to do? And I think that when I'm in that moment, God is not going to ask me, why didn't I act more like Zig Ziglar? Why didn't I act more like John Maxwell? Why didn't I take lessons that Simon Sinek taught me? I think he'll say, were you the best version of you that you could be? We're each made to be a specific person in a specific way, and when you're trying to decide how you want to be as a leader, be authentic to yourself. Don't try to be a leader that you're not. That doesn't mean that you can't improve or that you shouldn't improve, but it means that there were likely things that you heard today that resonated with you really strongly, and there were likely things that you heard today that you're like, I cannot believe that person says or does that. Don't do those things. Don't do the things that are like, this is not right for me. But the things where you're like, this resonates with the core of who I am. those are the things that you should be doing, and just try to be the best version of yourself that you can be.
Guess we're going in the line. Okay. Listen and think.
I love it.
Awesome. That's real. Wow. It was so short, I forgot what I was going to say next. So building off what Ben was saying too, when I started 3.5, 4 years ago, going off on my own, I'm a mechanical engineer. Most of you guys know that. I'm going, how am I going to go sell myself? I'm not a salesperson, but what it came down to for me was being me. I just need to be me. I just need to be real and be authentic, and so that's fantastic. Yeah. Certainly have a few more questions, but I want to make sure we give enough time for everybody in the audience. I really like this feel and the way that it's gone so far, and the conversations I've been hearing at the tables and the questions from the audience. So I want to make sure we have time for that. Anybody want to kick us off? Any question for anybody up here? David.
Great, I thought the order that you did the speakers was excellent.
Thank you. I know Jay was not very excited about leading off, but he did a fantastic job. And Ben certainly had the hot seat over lunch. That was the very first thing he commented on. You gave me the hardest spot. How are you individually going to be 40% different in terms of your interactions with your families, your businesses, your colleagues, whether you're leading up or leading down? More of an open-ended question. Anybody have a comment?
Just thinking about, you brought up the delta several times with the change, and just thinking about that shape and having three angles make this little corner. But just thinking about how we pay attention to ourselves, our relationship with God, our relationship with others. It's really, all Jesus asks us to do. And as I look at 40%, my first reaction is that is a lot. But I think if it's not a lot, it's not a God-sized vision. So I think in order to execute on that, it's got to have all three of those components that we're checking, like Ben said. Is this us? Is this what God is asking me to do? Like, I was hearing Bill talking about prayer, and I'm like, oh man, yeah, I got to work on my prayer. Like, that was the lesson God gave me last year. That's his lesson this year. That's last year's lesson for me. My lesson this year might be something that he had 10 years ago. And so being sensitive to what the Spirit is telling us today, that you got to work on, and zeroing in on that and taking action. For me, that's the most important thing, is taking action on that thing the Spirit's telling you. But then being mindful of your walk with God, taking it into yourself, and then with other people.
David and I had a conversation a year or so ago, and one of the things that stuck out with me was he always has a word for the year, kind of a theme for the year. And last year, and I guess carrying on through this year with all the, one of the things that has happened to me is margin. I was trying to think about margin, and not dollar margin, but time margin. And that was a lot of the impetus to this in general, is how do we start to drive margin in our calendars? I know you guys talked about calendars, and in the time that we spend with our family, and prioritizing the things that matter the most. So yeah, that was the word for me this year. So I appreciate that.
Can I just say that the line, your calendar reflects what you prioritize, that was pretty convicting for me personally. In exactly what you're talking about, right? Am I prioritizing and I giving margin for the things that I say are the most important to me? And I think I try to, but definitely not as much as I should.
I don't want to stop another question, but I want to point out, because it feels a little heavy, just saying, it's a little heavy right now. But the idea of the 40% change is mostly heavy if you try to do it all at once, right? 1% a day is like 37% a year. So, you know, if you know, like when you add up like total changes, like it doesn't, you know, the math works and like
I'm twitching over here. Hold on.
it's from a, yeah, I can show you the math later, but some of that's because, you know, it's about 1% of what, right? You're not changing your whole self at one time. And the I don't remember what book it is, but where they do that case study on the British cycling team. You guys know what I'm talking about? I think it's Atomic Habits, right? Yeah. And but that's what they did. Is like 1% a day is the goal. But the funny thing is a lot of the things they change, they don't really know if it's going to change 1%. They just start changing every little thing they can. And it's not crazy stuff, right? It's like we're going to sleep on clean pillows when we travel so we don't get sick. That should increase our health time training. You know, like, but did they know that was really going to work? No. Neither is most of the stuff that we're going to try. But the point is that you offer it in faithfulness, right? We're like, all right, God, I'm going to do everything that you put in front of me. I'm going to try to be faithful with whatever. What do you have for me today? Right? And if you're faithful to do what he tells you every day, I'm guaranteeing you're going to move towards that 40%. You know, and it doesn't need to be today. It isn't, you know, is it going to be at the end of the year? Is it at the end of 2 years? I don't know. But it's not 40% at once, right? That's just crazy talk. Yeah.
Ben has heard me say this several times. I've told his team, I would rather get 1% better today than 50 or 100% better never.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think for me, listening to all five of you talk, the passion that you have for whatever you're mentioning, and it's numbers, it's Jesus, it's health, it's all mechanics. What I'm saying is each one can bring a place of passion. And to get that 40% better, do I have that passion in my life to be able to get me there? If I don't, what is what I need to convey with? And what I mean by this is I mentioned to you guys, Ben, I don't remember, we met about a year ago in Columbus for Castro, previous company. And I didn't know you could see because you didn't say anything, and it never knew. So then you get up there and have such passion and conviction what you're speaking about. We all need that passion, whatever that is. And that's how we get that 40% better. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow. Find the passion, and you'll get it.
I was thinking about the 40% and how it's daunting or heavy, like you said, and yet it takes you back to the fishes and loaves. And it's like, in all honesty, I mean, if we're struggling in prayer, God puts prayer before us, and we work on that. It's not in our effort and work, but as we implement what He's giving us, He's going to make the 40% better. The difference is not in our business now; it's in His spiritual hands that He's going to make it through us. We're just a conduit. So it really lightens it when thinking about it that way, and not so much about what I have to do. If that makes sense.
So Bill mentioned Danny Ortiz on his podcast. Danny Ortiz, international, right? He's beyond national influence, international influence. And I did work for several years with a nonprofit in Columbus called For Columbus, trying to get churches and ministries to work together doing things. And one of the pieces that we were talking about was strategy, right? Everyone's wondering, what do we need to do? What do we need to deliver? What is the stuff that we should be working on? And Danny walks into this meeting and he goes, if you're a Christian, you don't need a retreat. You need to get on your face and pray. That's where you're going to get your strategy. So, you know, I talk about the strategy that's up here, and that's assuming you have one or make one. But for the faith believers in here, business or nonprofit or ministry, whatever, like, that is where you're going to find your passion. And if we're not doing that and we're not listening, you're going to get like me. You're going to get bored. You're going to run out of energy. You're going to do stupid things. But if that's where we're getting our strategy, then we're going to have these other elements to it. Sorry.
No, that's great. Thank you.
What I was going to say about 40%, I wonder what the world would be like if we all listened 40% more than we do now. If I made a commitment walking out of here that I was going to listen 40% more, what change would that make?
What'd you say? That's fantastic.
That's an interesting point, especially because I think the surprise, as I've talked to other leaders, it's one of the things they do the most. There's huge amounts of time in those calendars where they're listening to people. That's really what's happening. And they have the least training on it, right? I know so many people that I've been in meetings with where I'm like, wow, you could really work on your listening skills. We can improve this a lot, which is nice because it means low-hanging fruit, easy improvement. But so your point, how much would that happen? And you see that when some of the communication scholars that are looking at what's happening with small talk and like how do you make a good impression, and being interested in somebody has a bigger impression than being interesting. And my example for that is I had a professor that taught my C.S. Lewis class, Jerry Root, and he has a one-on-one with everybody. He prays for every student by name as long as you're his student every day. And when I sat down with him, because we had our little one-on-one in this little campus thing, and I'm an adult that's married and got kids. It was in my seminary time. And so I'm not usually unnerved by people. But this guy was so intensely interested in me, I didn't know what to do. I was like, he really wants to know all this stuff. And it left a real impression. And so then I found out after I got out of the class that there was like, oh, Jerry's coming to town. And there's this informal network of students who go hang out to random Jerry times, often behind a In-N-Out burger or something like this. We were in California at the time, so In-N-Out's like a thing. And when I show up, there are people that he hasn't seen for 20 years, that were his students 20 years ago. And he remembered their names. And I was like, this guy's the real deal. And the power of listening, the power of how much he was interested in me, like really shaped me and motivated me where it changed my whole perspective. So I think I'm taking that away. That's a write down for me. Listen and think, who knew, right? Yeah. You're just that good, Adam.
I love that. I'm also taking that home. To build on that, so Daniel Wallace, who is driven a lot of this 40%, it's what makes us different enough to the world to make that difference versus just slightly different. And what a countercultural piece to get 40% different, focused on listening in a world that is, I just saw a statistic that I believe it's upwards of half of fifth graders now, their dream job is to be an influencer. And nothing wrong with influencing, I guess, but if that, as the world is screaming at our children, those that are parents, that, get your story out there, influence, influence, influence. What a valuable thing that we can be teaching our team, our kids, and our family about listening. So to me, that gets you a lot of the 40% right there.
Anyone else? Okay. I'd like to just take a second and recognize the amount of knowledge and experience that's on stage right now. And thank you guys for taking the time out of your day to share your experience and knowledge with us, and Ray for putting it together. What is the one thing, as you focused on your clients or even your own business, that has had the most impact? Just kind of one sentence, what is the thing that you guys have implemented?
the nexus of what they're saying and what I can offer them.
Now I know how Ray felt 5 minutes ago when he had to follow the last one of those. No, I think I was mentioning to Bill. Bill and I were sitting at the table in one of the discussion groups that one of the most important things I think I realized when I started a business was that I didn't want to be an owner. I wanted to be a steward. That, you know, the Bible calls all of us to steward our resources as if they are God's. And I think when you approach your business from that perspective, it fundamentally changes the way that you make decisions. You're much less cavalier with God's money than you are with your own money. You're much more convicted about buying a vacation home with God's money than you are with your own money. And I think that a lot of the people that work at Earthly who know me the best, that is one of the things that they value the most about me, is they know that I'm not doing it to enrich myself. I'm not doing it for accolades or anything like that. I'm doing it because I genuinely believe in what I'm trying to do, and I'm leaving everything on the table, right? I'm not cashing out chips and worried about, you know, security long term. Everything that we're doing, we're rolling into the next thing. And how do we serve more people? How do we serve more people? How do we serve more people? And I think it fundamentally changes how people will follow you when they know that you actually believe those things.
The one thing that pops to mind, and I feel like there's a lot of things, is in listening in the difficult conversations, whether they're with employees, coworkers, clients. I have a difficult conversation with a client that I probably need to make after this meeting. And I've just got to listen and then, you know, try to empathize and figure out the right decision to make in that. And listening to hear what their real issue is, I think sometimes is difficult as to what, you know, I want to perceive it to be or make it to be. And just having the wisdom to understand that and then speak out of that as opposed to making it about me.
For me, because I didn't have the luxury of starting a company, I inherited a company. And so you have to do something different for your culture. And but if you start it and you do all the things right, you don't. This is less of a concern because I think Ben's right. You know, you have less monitoring of certain things. If you're really on the front side, getting your culture clear, you know, that it's part of your onboarding process. You know, you're doing all this kind of stuff. You have a sense. You know, and everybody here has had some story where the connecting the values, enforcing that's key. But making it real is. And one of the things that I think really changed my organization the most is when I had the courage to realize that I'm giving lip service to being a shepherd unless I have the courage to shoot the wolves. And that there were people in my organization who were dangerous to the psychological well-being of others. There were people who, in various ways, were saboteurs, sandbaggers, whatever. And I'm not doing them any favors, and I'm certainly not being fair to the other people on the team unless I'm going to step up and take care of the problem. And so holding people accountable to those core values is the thing that it's like, wow, this is really hard to do, but it's the tough side of love. And if you're not doing that, you know, what kind of love are you really providing? We all lock our doors because we want to keep the bad guys out. And if one of them came in, you know, okay, just full disclosure, not a pacifist. I'm gonna take this guy out. He's not touching my family, right? Like that's where I'm at. I'm gonna hopefully do it without harming him. I'd prefer not to harm him, but he's going to regret that he came in my house, right? I want him to regret that, because I'm taking care of my family, and he's doing something that's bad. So if I really say this is a value and these other things are really bad, I got to do something about that. And since I've done that, our culture is improved massively. The atmosphere, so my son works at my company, and he's like, Dad, the vibe out here is like really different. He's just for the summer. He's going to go do college. Yeah. You know, and I'm like, okay, cool. He's like, oh yeah, it's so much better. It's really different. Like, awesome. But that's because, you know, as we held people accountable, and it was really clear, they also were not always the most productive. So just really holding people accountable to ordinary metrics often enforces your values too.
So I would say two quick things. So Jay and I had this conversation at our table, and just to build on, I think something that's huge here for me, two of my core values are compassion and empathy. And I think a lot of times, especially as a Christian, you view compassion and empathy as this kind of weak, soft, kind of just nicety kind of thing. And, you know, if you really look biblically, you know, Jesus, nobody, you know, had more compassion or empathy than Jesus. The woman at the well, you know, he treated her with compassion and empathy, but he didn't say, hey, you've had 5 husbands. Yeah, go have 5 more. You've had a hard life, right? So that's sticking to truth, as we talked about, as you're leading, and leading compassion and empathy does not mean being soft and without truth and standards. So just to build on that, to kind of go on your question of one of the big things I've learned and talked to a few people that are, whether it's either transitioning to different roles or thinking about starting their own company or kind of those types of things. I think one of the biggest things that has stuck out to me is sometimes we're our own worst enemies when it comes to thinking about our own shortcomings and being able to lead. So it always is drilled in my brain that God equips the called, he does not call the equipped. So as you come with a humble nature following him, he will, and if it's called by him, he is going to bless it. And so I've seen so many folks that I've talked to that have gone, I can't be an executive director. I can't do that. I'm not. And what I talk to about people is, if that's your methodology, if you don't want to chase that, chances are you may be a great executive director or leader, vice president, whatever that may be. So I think that would be my 2 things I'd add.
What kind of question? Yeah. To hear from maybe from each one of you, all of your current business leaders, I'm curious to hear what is one thing that's currently keeping you up at night under the current climate? I'm curious to hear how everyone can share.
I got a lot. How much time do you have?
Yeah, right.
No. Yeah.
Just one.
No, yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think in the world I live day to day, and this is not a political statement, but the 2 factors are kind of forming a perfect storm. Again, I mentioned over 17,000 nonprofits in Franklin County alone, right? That's a lot of need. That's a lot of people doing good things. So both a lot of the governmental cuts, which I think that cuts, needed. So this isn't one way or the other. The cuts and a lot of the services that have been pulled very quickly are causing some ripple effects to other nonprofits. So need is gone up. Also, there's a general consensus of nervousness of what the future holds. I don't think anybody knows what are the tariffs going to be today. I haven't checked. So right now in business leaders, those with traditional high net worth that fund a lot of philanthropy, which most philanthropic dollars come from individuals, not companies, that right now there's this general consensus. And so as you think about needs skyrocketing, so call out, I don't know if they're here or not, but Stowe Mission is one of my clients. They're down by Nationwide Children's Hospital. Incredible organization. They feed 300 people a day. They give 100 people showers a day. They have a dental clinic, vision clinic, pregnancy center. I'm missing a couple things. But the needs are absolutely overwhelming right now, and dollars have been cut, no fault of their own. And so you see these ripple effects right now. So again, as a Christian, Jesus told us we're always going to have the poor. So am I going to be able to solve all these things? No. But I would say, so the last plug before I turn it is, the nonprofits that you all support, one, with your family, determine and be strategic. You're strategic with everything else you do in your business. be strategic about what you support, what aligns with your values. There's so much need where you spend your time, and really, really commit to helping those groups because they need you really, really badly right now.
Well, my company, as we assemble things and build things, we import products from all over the world. So tariffs are affecting us a lot. And there's weird shocks happening through the supply chain that are really hard to predict. And with the amount of uncertainty, like for example, I was talking to a group yesterday, and they were saying how here they've contracted and sold all these power units, but because the tariff is coming in, the price that they negotiated is, set. It was put in the contracts and all that stuff, but the tariff's going to cost like, $500,000 or whatever by the time you get all these products through. I mean, that's kind of a big bill to eat, So, how do they pass that on? Because they've got a contract for another price, and the changing uncertainty makes it so hard for people to make decisions. So the thing that I would say is the skill that we're looking to work on, that I think is true irrespective of your industry, is that one of the key skills to build is flexibility. Is to figure out what are your tolerances, what should you allow, right? How much, because on the same side, we're also reeling some stuff back. Oh, remote workers are generally 20-some%, I forget what the number is, less efficient, right? Because they have more distractions, more whatever. But, maybe they're 30% happier, so maybe that makes a better employee. Who knows, right? However that math works. But what I do know is if we got to figure out, well, what will we tolerate? How, do we reel back all the way to the office? Do we make it one day a week? Do we do, what is it that we're going to do? Because what we know is with all the uncertainty and changing, people want to set their expectations to something. And if you sound like you're a leader who can work with them, they're going to have that discussion. If they know that you're being flexible and that you're trying to design inflexibility, you're more likely to keep somebody good. Whereas if they just think, hey, these are the rules and we're done, you might not have that discussion. They're gone before you could even think about replacing because you had no indicators, et cetera. So flexibility, I think, is our word for the year, whoever does that. I like that.
It's funny listening to that as a nonprofit over here, and I hear you, Brian. And we're uniquely built, which is good, but in times like this is just kind of double uncertainty of, we have donation dollars, we have business advertising dollars, and then there's also business contributions. And when there is uncertainty, people hold on to their money more in all of those cases. And so, it's like you want to, there is more opportunity. You want to take care of your people well. You want to do all those things, but the dollars are uncertain. And so how do you navigate that? You want to replace outdated things. As we've acquired more stations, we've got more infrastructure that needs built and things that we've acquired that needs brought up to better spec, but there's not money, and you want to prioritize people over things. But if your equipment goes off the air, you're not serving the community. And so there's just that big cycle of, how long is that uncertainty going to last? And I don't know the answer to that. And so, I think faith is a lot of, flexibility is big. We're asking a lot of that of our people. And then just faith to go, okay, God, if you gave us this mission, you're going to provide for it. And he continues to. And part of that faith journey is not necessarily knowing what tomorrow is, but let's take care of today.
So I'm gonna be vulnerable here for a moment and answer this question the way I actually feel. If I'm being honest, I don't worry about the business too much. We're certainly affected by all the same things. We've seen pullbacks from customers. People are spending less than they used to. Our average order value is down. It's a little bit harder for us to get new sales. We import stuff from all over the world, so we're very affected by tariffs and all those sorts of things. But those things usually don't keep me up at night. Part of that is just a function of how much control I have over my business from start to finish. I don't have retailers that I have to sell to, that I'm relying on orders. I'm selling directly to consumers, so I have a lot of control over the business. But the thing that keeps me up at night the most, and the thing that I have been the most convicted about over the last year, is being okay with not feeling the pressure to save everyone all the time. I think I resonate a lot with people like Bill or pastors who, like there's never going to be an end to the stuff that you need to do, right? You're called and convicted to preach to the world. Well, when is your job done, Bill? When everyone is a Christian. And until that point, I need you to work 24 hours a day until that happens, right? And I very viscerally feel, especially when it's people that I know, it's family members, it's people that I casually know, and they're dealing with a health crisis. Like if I had just worked a little bit harder, maybe I could have got them, or I could have said something that would have changed their mind. And I've really had to come to terms with my job is to be a husband and a father first. I didn't mention it, but I have 6 kids, so that's a full-time job there. But it's my job to be those things and to be a Christian, and business is fourth on that list, right? And not that it is important to me, but I need to make sure that I'm doing those things first, and that even though I very strongly believe that what I do matters, that I'm never prioritizing that over any of the other 3.
That's good.
Change is always constant. And as long as we're following our mission, our vision, our values, all the rest of that is going to work out.
You follow me now. So your question was, in this environment, as a business leader, what would you recommend? What's keeping me up at night? Leaders' inability to demonstrate dominance instead of focusing on fewer and obsoleting others.
So Ray, first of all, and kid, congrats for putting this on. And it's, as I mentioned to you, one of us hanging out loud. The fact that there's a team of faith in here is really encouraging. So just kudos for taking that step. 1. 2, kind of tying in what Jay and Adam said, but I don't think they said it out loud. And we talked about it here. You're trying to drive you're trying to drive change, and people talk about how to make someone accountable. And I think we've all been in that situation where you can either talk to someone because of the numbers, or you can talk about them because they're violating values. One is a much more clear conversation to have. There is no way to do it. The other one can always be talked the way out of it, like, well, because of this group or that group. So I think one of the things that really to appreciate is that the values, they can be on the wall, but they actually, from a leadership standpoint, give you so much clarity on how to have conversations, how to guide, because there is no ambiguity. We've all been in situations where they go, are you really holding up your head up, and you can call it trust, alignment, whatever that word is, it's pretty clear, and I think you should take or a very fair way to have that conversation. Second, Bill, the book, Be the Prayer, our TVMC as well. And so we do that, and I met Peter. He actually flew in. We had lunch. But the one thing that I now do is I have a dog. My time when I walk my dog is no longer my time. My time when I walk my dog is I gotta go talk to God. So when I used to rush my dog around the neighborhood, I find that I don't rush the dog anymore. I actually walk and I let my dog do its thing and I just have a conversation. So that is one way I incorporate that way some time.
I have a dog, so.
Half of America did during COVID.
We were early adopters. We got 1 year ahead of that. So that's great. Thank you. I will take that.
Thank you, Tim. Well, guys, I'm incredibly grateful and humbled that you guys are here. Thank you for attending. And a couple last things that I would love. Ryan, our videographer, he's doing some sound bites, some snippets. If you have anything, any comments you would like to leave, grab him before you head out. And also, if you flip your pamphlets over, there's a QR code on the back. I'd like you to just take a few minutes and go through the survey, give me some feedback. Do we do this again? And if so, what do you want to see different? So far, the feedback has been great, and I'm so excited that you guys have been here and, frankly, made this a success. And the team, man, you guys are awesome. Thank you very much. We'll do this again. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.